Time I'll call this meeting to order. It is 5:04 p.m., April 27, 2023. This time I'll recognize staff to call the roll. Here. Here.
Curtis Casafang.
Here.
John Reese.
Here.
Jordan Ryland.
Jordan is in transit.
Excellent.
All right. We do have the presence of a quorum. Welcome to the April 2023 meeting of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission Certificate of Appropriateness Committee. My name is Wes Tripp. I am chair of the committee. If you have not already done so, please come forward and sign the attendance roster up front. Agenda and staff reports are available online, and a handout of the meeting procedure is available as well. This committee and the RHDC as a whole is a city council appointed body that consists of residents of historic districts, architects, intern architects, architectural consultants, and contractors, as well as attorneys, historians, urban planners, and historic preservationists. This time I'll recognize my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves. Start with Curtis and work our way down.
Okay. Hey, I'm Curtis Casafang. I was been on the commission a few rounds now. I'm a resident of Oakwood, and I work as an architectural consultant on the design of theaters and concert halls.
Rob Allen. I'm a resident of the Boylan Heights Historic District, and I work with an architecture firm where I am a project manager and senior associate.
Yes, I'm Francis Raspberry. I'm not a member of the committee or the commission. I'm an attorney with a local Raleigh law firm, and I'm legal counsel to the Certificate of Appropriateness Committee.
Again, my name is Wes Tripp. I'm chair of the committee and an attorney here in Raleigh.
My name is John Reese. I am an architect registered in the state of North Carolina. I am a resident of the Glenwood, Brooklyn neighborhood, and I've been on the commission for 3 years.
And staff, would you please introduce yourselves?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Erin Morton. I'm staff to the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. I've been performing in this role for 3 years now, and I have a master's in historic preservation.
Thank you. This time I'll entertain a motion to waive reading of the minutes.
Moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to waive reading of the minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. This time I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the March 23, 2023 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of last month's meeting. Any discussion or debate? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This time I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or debate? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Staff, were there any minor work applications approved in the past month?
Yes, there were 9 minor work applications approved this month.
Great. Thank you. We're now ready to proceed with applications. Prior to today's meeting, notice has been sent to property owners within 100 feet of the properties in question, legal ad placed, and signage posted at the site. Commission members received a copy of each application, staff reports, and were to have visited each property. Staff reports were made publicly available with the agenda. State law provides that major work applications must be approved in an evidentiary hearing, and that persons have an opportunity to address an application if they desire. We're now ready to proceed with the evidentiary hearing phase of the meeting. Evidentiary hearings are conducted in a quasi-judicial format. During the hearing, the committee receives evidence to determine that proposed changes are not incongruous with the special character of the district or the historic property. We review this evidence against guidelines referenced in the city ordinance before issuing a certificate. Each application is heard the same way, as listed in the meeting procedure handout. The quasi-judicial format of the hearing requires that the committee be impartial. The written staff reports are evidence presented just as any other evidence and were made available to us, the applicants, and the public at the same time. If any of us has reason to discuss the specific details of an application before today, we will ask to be excused from hearing that application. There is no time limit on testimony, but repetition is discouraged. Because of the quasi-judicial format of our hearings, which means that the committee hears evidence and then judges whether the change is not incongruous, we are required by North Carolina law to affirm or swear persons that speak before the commission and offer evidence. All speakers will be affirmed at the beginning of each case. Staff will now be sworn or affirmed for all cases on the agenda. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give on the matters on today's agenda is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. We are ready to proceed with the first application on the agenda today. This is an old application, COA 0130-2022, 317 East Jones Street. This is in the Oakwood Historic District. Property owner Copernica Properties LLC. Applicant Stuart Cullinan.
Good evening. My name is Ben Kuhn with Ragsdale Liggett. I'm an attorney here in Raleigh. I also live in the Glenwood, Brooklyn neighborhood. I'm here on behalf of Copernica Properties, as well as Stuart Cullinan and the architect on the project as well. Mr. Nick Roberts, pardon me. I apologize. He told me. I knew that.
Will all three of you be presenting evidence today?
These two will, yes.
Okay. Whoever will be presenting, just come forward and go ahead and swear or affirm you. All right. You state your name, please.
Stuart Cullinan.
All right. You raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide on this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you.
Nick Roberts.
All right. You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you. All right. Recognize staff now for their presentation.
All right. This is case COA 130-2022 for 317 East Jones Street in the Oakwood Historic District. The work request consists of new construction of a primary structure, construct accessory structure, construct refuse area, install front walk, install driveway and parking lot, and install lawn. This is a view of 317 East Jones Street as viewed from East Jones Street. You'll have seen these site visit photos before. This is an existing surface parking lot in the district. A view from the south. Midway down that parcel, it's fairly deep, and a view over the rear property line. And looking back towards Jones Street. Staff concerns were that some information was not provided, including a new front setback dimension, updated section of the porch column and railing, dimensions for the accessory structure, analysis of the congruity with the special character of the district for a two-story accessory structure, and some material and specification details.
All right, this time I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation.
My name is Stuart Cullinan. I'm the property owner. Good evening, everyone. This is our second submittal. The first application, which you heard at the end of January, was one where we struggled a bit because we wanted an original design, but throughout 2022, just had a very difficult time finding the right architecture team, the right consultant to sort of help us with the neighborhood study. And so we put that together based on some work that we'd previously done in the district. And so we were expecting quite a bit of feedback from the committee and the neighbors, and that's exactly what happened. And so we took a lot of notes. It was very helpful. And after the meeting, we reviewed the feedback and decided to just entirely scrap that design. So, as you look through this package, and if you compare it to the last time, this is an entirely different design. I think we definitely benefited from our work with Nick Roberts, who's a licensed architect and owner of Reservoir Studio, and also the neighbors along Jones Street. Subsequently, like after that last meeting, we were approached by the neighbors and started a dialogue where they put together a pretty complete Google sheet of some of their concerns, feedback, things like that, and we kind of worked through that through February and then March, and ended up meeting with the neighbors, got some really good feedback architecturally and site-wise, made additional changes, and then finalized our plan. If you might remember, the original design was narrow. It was quite deep, like over 100 feet deep. It was 3 different forms. We had a 2.5-story form in the front. We had a garage with a 1.5-story kind of form in the middle, and then it went back up to 2.5. And so it was, and some articulation along the way, and got a lot of feedback about that. So we really kind of scrapped that idea, paid more attention to our lot width with a new design, and so this building is wider. It's centered on the lot. It's not nearly as deep, not even close. It lines up with our neighbors' front porches. It's pretty close to the neighbor's rear buildings. It sort of fits neatly in sort of an average of widths and heights, and so it kind of stays in sort of that average box size. It I think nestles more neatly into that streetscape. We borrowed a lot of concepts just architecturally from the neighborhood study that we did, but ultimately felt like this was a more complete package. So I'm going to turn it over to Nick, and he can go through the details. But just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Do you have our presentation? Okay, for the screens. Can I change the slides or?
You should be able to control it with the mouse there, but I'm confused why it's not here while we're on to the next case. So let me come pull that up for you specifically.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Thanks, that's right. All right, so as Stuart mentioned, this new update to the proposal is for a 2-story structure. The goal is to be, within the keeping in the style, character, and scale material of the existing structures, particularly the structures that are on Jones Street. The current use of the property is a parking lot. There are no structures currently on the property, and has a maximum capacity of 60 vehicles. Can I change the slides myself, or do I need?
Yes, if you scroll down on the mouse.
Okay, thanks. So this slide is, I'm not going to read the whole, all 3 pages there, but these are some of our notes from meetings with the neighbors that we've conducted following the 223 application. Based on the feedback that we received from them, as Stuart mentioned, we revised the entire site plan as well as the architecture of the building. Let's see. And these are some additional photos of the existing conditions. In the top right, you can see the almost full capacity parking lot being used for almost 60 cars. But other times it's just completely vacant, as you can see. And the surface material is mostly gravel currently, and it's almost completely covered in gravel. There's a little bit of asphalt existing. These are a few historic images from the Sanborn maps. We use these to gain an understanding of the history of the property from a scale standpoint of a primary structure, but also understanding the history of any accessory buildings or garages. This is the front elevation of the proposed primary structure. You can see that it's centered on the lot. The roof line of the hip roof is 35 feet 4 inches. There's a 12-foot driveway that's shifted to one side along the property line. And we've shown these diagrammatic trees and vegetation to give you an understanding of kind of the scale of some of the existing trees that the goal is to keep those, as well as the majority of the vegetation, as much as possible. This is the side elevation. This is the back elevation. It's a little bit simplified from the front, but carries through a lot of the same language. And this is the other side elevation, in which we've called out some of the proposed materials. And then this is the accessory dwelling front and right elevation. And in the packet that we distributed, we have these same elevations with dimensions provided based on the feedback from the staff report. And then again, this is the rear and left elevation with materials called out. And majority of these materials are proposed to be the same or similar to the primary structure, so that we have some congruity between the two. And this is the proposed site plan. As we've mentioned, it's the proposal is for this new primary structure to be centered on the lot, with the goal being to fit in well with the neighbors as far as setbacks, height, width, overall scale, and massing, which is, as you can see, the neighbor on either side is illustrated there. The proposal doesn't make any major changes to the site topography. The site is fairly flat. It does slope down as it gets to the north of the lot, which is back towards the retaining wall that was photographed in the staff report. So this provides a great opportunity for what we call a site restoration. As you can recall from earlier, the site is mostly covered in gravel. And so what we really want to do is add greenery, make it feel like, people live there, like it's, not just a stale parking lot. So the proposal calls for removing a lot of that gravel, recreating green space, adding trees, adding vegetation between the primary structure, creating more of a lawn, more of a residential feel and scale. And then, the majority of the trees and vegetation along the east and west property lines is existing, and we're proposing to keep that in place to the greatest extent possible. And should anything need to be removed, we would try to replace that. This slide further illustrates the proposal, which is in the center. It's the 44 feet wide structure in the center. This is just part of our study of the block, of the existing structures, and the scale, the mass of those, and trying to fit in as much as possible. For driveway and parking pad, we are proposing gravel. The proposed site plan would require the curb cut to be shifted closer to the property line. Currently, the curb cut is pretty well centered in the lot, and so in order to center the primary structure, the curb cut will have to be relocated, a new bit of lawn there along the street, and the proposal calls for additional street trees in that kind of buffer zone. This slide attempts to illustrate the proposed structure relative to the other structures on its side of Jones Street. And this illustrates that it's not the tallest, it's not the shortest, it's fairly well in keeping from an elevational standpoint with the existing structures nearby. This table illustrates the built mass and built area. Highlighted in the table in yellow at the very, very bottom is the existing. This table is sorted by built mass from highest percentage to lowest. And since there's nothing built there currently, it's a 0% built mass. So the proposed plan will have about 19% built mass, 53% built area. And sorting the table by built mass, you can see that it's not the smallest, but primarily due to the size of the lot being as large as it is, it's near the bottom at 19%. These are some contributing structures that we looked at that kind of inspired the proposal of the architecture of the primary structure. All of these are examples of two-story porches that are existing in the neighborhood. Most of them have clearly delineated 2 stories with that horizontal band that breaks the columns. The two on the right are the columns go from the first floor all the way up to the second floor roof. Our proposal is more in keeping with the 3 on the left, but we have those in there for further examples of two-level porches. This starts to look at proportion and massing. These are some of the examples of structures that have primarily a hip roof, but then a projecting gable end. And so that form and that proportion was really inspiring to the proposed design that we have. As far as windows and doors, it's very, very common within Oakwood to see an alignment of windows across floors when you have two-story structures. It kind of creates a rhythm, creates a grid, and we by no means want to deviate from that. So our proposal, we show how our fenestration pattern is derived from historic precedents. And then further on the gable end at the front, we're proposing a small window at the attic level, which is consistent with many existing buildings within the district. These are some proposed details for our windows and doors. Window and door jamb details, head and sill details. There's 2 doors that face the street, and we're proposing to have a door with glass and then a transom above that, which is in keeping with a lot of the structures in the neighborhood. These are our proposed materials and a few photos of examples of wood porches, tongue and groove wood ceilings, columns, windows, doors. I think from the staff report, we proposed fiber cement wood siding. In the staff report, they requested the smooth side out, and that's what we would like to do as well. And then the following pages are what was distributed. These are additional pages that we've provided to address some of the concerns from the staff report. The first is the accessory dwelling unit, providing dimensions, height, width, these are additional dimensions of the back and left elevations. One thing we wanted to address was the siting, the location of the ADU on the site. We're proposing it at the northwest, and there's 3 neighbors, one at the back and 2 along the west. All of them are commercial properties which have parking lots, so we wanted to address any concern there may be with the height of the ADU and neighbors and being, kind of any visual concerns. And so by locating the ADU to kind of the more commercial side of the property, it's further away from the residential neighbor that's on the east. This illustrates the front elevation with the ADU behind it, and the ADU is sited, due to the topography, the ADU is approximately 5 feet below the primary structure and the street level. So this shows kind of the relationship of the height of the ADU relative to the primary structure, given that grade change. And then further, the ADU is proposed to be 184 feet from the property line at the street, which is about 115 feet from behind the back of the primary structure. Here are some examples of 1.5 and 2-story accessory structures that we've found, and then some additional kind of analysis of the proposed front elevation and the side elevation of the proposed ADU, and some of the massing roof forms that we see that are existing throughout the neighborhood. There's a lot of ADUs that have multiple roofs through dormers, and we try to do that through our porch has a change in the pitch to kind of echo some of that language. And then a lot of them have this kind of 2-bay garage type scale. And so we've tried to show how our front elevation is kind of broken into 2 pieces to sort of mimic that. This site plan, it's the same site plan that was shown earlier, with the red is additional dimensions that were provided based on the staff report. So our front setback is proposed to be 8 feet to the porch and about 16 feet to the actual structure, and that's within a few feet of the buildings on either side and how they're sited relative to the front setbacks. These are a few details, porch column details and porch handrail, guardrail details. On the primary structure, we're proposing a 10 by 10 hollow wood column with a cap molding and a base molding. The accessory structure, we're proposing a solid 6 by 6 with trim at the cap and at the base to try to give some visual continuity between the primary and the ADU. And then the guardrail detail would be the same on both structures. This slide is providing some context to properties that have or had large parking areas. So this is an aerial photograph from 1971, prior to the formation of the historic district. In orange highlights properties that have either residential properties with large parking pads at the rear of the structure, or full paved striped parking lots. And then in blue highlighted are properties that were later converted to parking or had parking added behind the structure, just to provide some context. And then the red star is the Jones Street property. And then I don't have it in the presentation, but the final sheet provided to you is a landscape plan with proposed tree plantings and shrubs and other small plantings.
Any further information from the applicant?
Obviously, if you have any questions in terms of the items that were addressed, we feel that they really took out their pencil, sharpened it up, and went to work and tried to address the concerns, but also look around and address the concerns or the issues raised by staff. It's obviously a much better product. It is fits in with the neighborhood context, the historic context, including fenestration, the windows and doors, height and massing, and otherwise. And for those reasons, we believe it's not incongruent with historic contextual considerations applicable in the Oakwood area. We ask for those reasons that you would approve their COA in this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? All right. Please come forward. You state your name, please.
Yes, it's Jay Dawkins. I live at 320 East Jones Street.
Great, thank you. Raise your right hand, please.
There we go.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You may proceed.
All right. So, very different tone from February when I was last here. Obviously, there were several of us here. None of us seemed like happy campers. We're not super thrilled with the first design being 3 stories, essentially 2 3-story homes. One of them turned perpendicular, garage in between. We had a lot of questions and felt like we had not been heard. So obviously that frustration was expressed, and I got to say I've been impressed and pleased with Stuart's willingness to have a conversation with us and take the time to listen and revise plans. And I can describe briefly that process. Essentially, in March, we got an email thread going with the immediately adjacent neighbors, developed a collaborative doc with all of our concerns and questions, and just very methodically through one-on-one conversations and emails, Stuart and his team addressed each of those. And then March 15th, we got together for a small group meeting at Smokestacks with a handful of, again, the adjacent neighbors. Not everyone that lives nearby could attend, so I don't want to speak for every neighbor, but the folks that were there, we were presented with the updated design based on the feedback. We saw that, from a parking perspective, our concerns about potential impacts to street parking had been mitigated through some of the on-site parking. Noise-wise, we had concerns that were addressed through some design standards, and of course the HVAC and people concerns addressed through some of the other similar properties that Stuart's team has managed, and kind of how that's mitigated through either thicker walls and windows and the like. Waste bins were a big thing, and it seems like that's addressed effectively behind the property, and the scale of the number of those is much lower than we originally anticipated based on, again, benchmarks from similar properties. And scale, we brought the Sanborn maps and asked for it to match closer to that, and obviously the height was a big concern, and obviously the height being in concert with the 2 houses nearby, we're happy with that. Again, I don't speak for all neighbors, but of the folks that I talked with and was able to coordinate with over email. We provided a lot of direct feedback, and even at the meeting, the primary direct feedback we provided was that the design at that point had two distinct porches and essentially looked like two different units. And within a couple weeks of that feedback, we saw the updated design that's now the singular porch and continuous roof line. So again, this is a hard process, but I think I've been really impressed with the amount of energy and effort their team has put into listening, making sure our major concerns are addressed. And I think the outcome is much improved over where we were in February. So with that, I believe that's all the testimony I've got. As a neighbor, I'm not an architectural expert, so I can't speak to further than that, but appreciate the chance to share that.
Thank you. Are there any additional members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application?
Good evening, Chris Crew, 306 Elm Street. I'd like
Please
to
raise your right. Oh, let me swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to, first of all, commend the team on their outreach efforts and working with your neighbors on this. Thank you very much. It goes a long way. I think this has come a long way, and neighbors will be a lot more comfortable with this. I do still have a concern, and it's maybe not quite in your alley, but it's one that needs to be represented, and that has to do with the amount of impervious surface. Oakwood residents are now well familiar with the great sinkhole of Oakwood, and that is a result of changing weather patterns, bringing more intense, more frequent rainfall into 100-year-old stormwater management infrastructure. This is upstream from the great sinkhole of Oakwood, and I remind the architects among you that an inch of rain on 1,000 square feet of impervious surface is 660 gallons of water. And there's a lot of still, even though this is depicted as a gravel parking lot, that is not exactly an impervious surface, or a pervious surface, excuse me. There's a lot of roof area too. So my minor concern has to do with stormwater runoff from this property and what the impact of that on the utility systems of the neighborhood will be, and maybe a slight concern with sewer impacts too, although that is way out of your ballpark. This still appears to be structure that may have multiple residents, multiple laundry rooms, multiple bathrooms, and so forth, and we do have limited sewer capacity in our near 100-year-old now sewer that's dug up in front of my house frequently in the last 20 years, so well familiar with that. But that being said, I'm again way more comfortable with this and appreciate the approach that's been taken to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? Are there members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the case? Are there members of the public with questions or who wish to make comments regarding the application? All right. This time I'll recognize my fellow commissioners for any questions they may have.
I've got just a couple questions, Wes. So first off, the application is very nicely put together, good graphics, very clear. So thank you for that. Just a couple questions. I couldn't find where the parking material, and I might have overlooked it, but what is the parking material going to be, concrete or asphalt?
Currently, it's proposed to be gravel.
Okay.
But we've floated the idea of using a pervious paver just to try to mitigate some of the concerns that were brought up. But we talked about that previously, but we wanted to propose gravel as a first kind of pass at that.
Okay.
Okay, I noticed in the staff comments, it's actually noted here as concrete, and I gather that's an error. That was comment 33 on page 5, so it should be gravel. Yeah.
And then, out of curiosity, it doesn't look like the the roof pitch is in the application, but I'm just curious if you know what the roof pitch is.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay. I would just ask them, I mean, maybe you could add that information for staff for record.
Okay.
Just for the congruity analysis. I know there's other HIP roofs, but just understanding close.
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No other questions, Wes?
I very much appreciate the work you guys have done. It's much, much more in line with what I think we would look for. I am assuming that the main entrance to this building is really off to the east, and that this is a fourplex apartment.
The primary, the two doors that you see on the ground floor, those are doors that would go into dedicated separate spaces. You know, so you'd only have one occupant probably leaving that door. It's not a communal door. And any other door would be, you know, like on those sides.
On the east? Yeah, I'm
east.
assuming that that's where the apartments up above would enter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that what you're calling a carriage house, which I need to kind of give you a definition of a carriage house. A carriage house requires the storage of a carriage or a car, which would be a garage.
Sounds obvious now that you mention it.
Pardon?
Sounds obvious now that you say it. Sorry.
But what you've got in the back is a two-story accessory dwelling unit with, I'm assuming, an apartment above and apartment below.
It could be that, but probably would be could be a single space, single tenant.
Okay, but it also could be two apartments.
I think that can fit.
Okay.
Possibly. It's very small.
Well, given that, if it's one of the things that I'm a little challenged by right now is how you begin to, because I see that you guys have done there's some two-story evidence here, but on all of those examples that you've given me, they're true carriage houses with the garage and then any kind of living space above. It's not a scenario where we have living space on the first floor and a living space on the second floor in terms of an accessory dwelling. And usually accessory dwelling units are, 600 to 700, square feet. So I just want to kind of bring that up because I have a concern about that.
This is 800.
800?
Which is kind of
on the first floor?
Total.
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 So it's 400 below and 400 above?
It is, which is why I said it'd be very tight to have more than one space. But that was, we hadn't proposed an ADU previously, so we weren't really sure, we knew that the precedents had garages. We did find one, I don't think it made it into our packet, on New Bern within the district that was a cinder block 2-story structure, no garage. But I think that we probably have expected some feedback on the ADU and some direction on sort of how to proceed, and if you saw a path forward to keeping it as two stories, or if you felt like it really needed to be reworked as a 1-story structure, and then we would go back and it would probably be a slightly larger footprint. But I think our main goal today was really to provide a more complete application on the main, but welcome feedback on the ADU.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. I very cooperative. I think that one of the staff comments is specifically the historical relevance of a 2-story accessory dwelling unit, and so I would feel more comfortable if it was 1-story, because that's kind of the standard in Oakwood in that front, and because it is bordered on the adjoining properties to the back and to the side. I think you gave a very clear explanation that those properties are commercial and they're not residential. So I can see where I could kind of go back and sixes and sevens on whether it's two-story or one-story, and based on the context of it. But historically,
Sure.
just so that I'm coming from. I'm coming from the traditional carriage house, which would be a story and a half of then and then a garage down below. That's not to say that's the end all. I just want to bring that up. That spins in my head. I do want to tell you though that very much I appreciate you all taking the cues. I mean, you've obviously done a brilliant job with communicating with the neighbors. So
We got lucky. We got some really good neighbors.
that's great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're really becoming part of the neighborhood in that way. Thank you.
As far as the ADU, I don't know if this is possible, Aaron, but if the committee feels like the main building is there, but the accessory building is not, maybe we could, I don't know if it's possible to sort of separate, and we would come back later with a more exhaustive study of the ADU, and can we find evidence of a two-story, or can it be redesigned to look similar to what we saw previously in those slides with the carriage doors down below, or maybe we just find that it might be just need to be one story. That might take us a few more months to really kind of unpack and get some neighbor feedback. And but if you feel that we might be close enough on the main structure, maybe they can be bifurcated.
I'd definitely like to hear my fellow commissioners comment on that.
So I'll just add, if there was any, seemed like that question may be directed to staff, and I'll ask Raz to kick in with any additional suggestions. If you are all feeling that you can approve the primary structure, but not the accessory structure as is, there is an option to ask the applicant if he is willing to remove that portion of the work request, so that essentially it's not under consideration anymore in the final vote. And you could definitely submit a new major work application in the future for the accessory structure alone. If the thoughts are that, the committee, you want to try to condition what is you consider congruous and approvable in an accessory structure, that staff could potentially handle some of those changes, but given that the applicant has indicated, we'll be taking an entire story off the building, the footprint would change. Ultimately, that form may be too drastically changed from what's heard at the hearing to be a staff level, conditional approval. So Raz, I don't know if you would interpret that the same way.
I think Aaron has summed up the procedural options well. The only thing I would add is that if the applicant is willing to accept approval of the application without the accessory building, that would resolve this case. So it would be necessary essentially to come back with a new application for the accessory building. The case would not remain open just for you to be able to prepare more evidence to support the carriage house as originally submitted.
That's how I understood it, that it would be a new, separate application.
May I suggest we just leave it open a bit in terms of conversation and then come back to you after we've chewed on it a bit? I mean, to add into the thoughts on the ADU, one of my concerns with it is that it's reading like another primary structure on the property as opposed to a secondary structure. And if you look at your examples, a lot of them actually are 2 stories, really. They're trying to break the form with a pop-up dormer to get the second floor height. So I don't think necessarily a change that would make it sit back a little bit, if you will, visually, would necessarily result in a reduction of the second floor area. I think you'd still end up with it. There are certainly examples of properties where a 2-story ADU are in the way back. You have one in here, 425 North Bloodworth. There's a second ADU down on Polk Street in the 500 block on the south side of the block, set way back. That's a multi-story building. It's not really an ADU, but it's a multi-story outbuilding. So I think there is some precedent for it, but in all cases, they look more like a utility structure as opposed to a second dwelling unit. And I'm sure you can get there with this. You know?
Do you feel, not to sidebar
Yeah.
too much of our conversation
Sure.
on ADU, but do you feel that if we find a design that's got more of a carriage house feel that needs to be pulled up closer?
No, not
Like
necessarily.
too far back?
No, it's not. Actually, the typical layouts, a lot of them are rear corner, right? Rear,
okay.
far least conspicuous corner.
Okay.
And I think this, you've hit it, given the depth of the lot. 115 feet back from the house is pretty far back, and I think that's appropriate for an accessory structure. So I think my opinion is you're running in the right direction. So in concept, I think we can say that it's congruous, but perhaps in detail, it needs some work, right? I had a question on the main structure itself. When I'm looking at the sample or the examples that justify it, one of the things that pops out at me, partially it's a graphic thing. If I look at, it was page 17 of the application, where we have 315 Oakwood, 214 Elm, all of those similar structures. One of the things that I realized looking at all the photos is they're all taken in perspective from across the street on the sidewalk looking up. And we're looking at an elevation of your proposed design. It's page 19 of the PDF. Yeah, that one works too, but you can go back, I think.
Maybe that one?
One more. Yep. That was the one I was looking at when I was saying this. One of the things I was noting is that the main roof is rather massive there in the form, whereas it is less significant in the three most similar structures, the three more horizontal structures, the one above and the two on the right. Interestingly, the two on the right are multifamily structures. And I think they always have been. They were built for that purpose. And in a lot of ways, they do echo what you're doing with the two entrances on the first floor. But
We're definitely getting penalized because we can't take a photo at 15 feet.
well, I know exactly, and that we're looking at an elevation as opposed to so that's making the roof look larger.
We would have probably tried to maybe lessen the pitch of that sort of front hip, but it starts to squeeze down the projection, and we found that projection, there was a lot of houses that had it, and even, it's hard to see here, but like 409 and 411, like it's there, but those portraits are so deep that it's skewed because we couldn't take a photo.
Exactly. Okay, that's the way I read what was going on here, and I appreciate that additional evidence. And then just a question, and it's not, I just want your thought on it, where when I look at the elevation, this very much reads as 2 units, because we've got the array of windows and then the blank bay in the center. I'm wondering if you, this is verging on design by committee. So.
But I know where you're going, and it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to see windows in that blank bay, but I don't have a rationale for it other than it just seems to even further divide the look of the structure into 2. And I'm not even trying to direct the conversation in that fashion, except I note that like 413 East Lane, 409 East Lane, which I think are the most analogous, have things in the center bay. And I wonder if that would be considered.
Well, are you saying to widen the width, like those, basically flip it?
Or plop literally some kind of fenestration in that center bay.
I think we could look at that. Is that something that maybe we could propose a few options to staff and they could give us feedback on?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's something if it's something that makes it difficult or there's no reason to do it, it's not a deal breaker here.
If it's possible, then we're not opposed to it. I think, at the end of the day, our goal here is that, in 5 years, somebody drives by and they know it's not 100 years old, but they also know that it sort of feels like it was meant to be there.
Yeah.
So if that adds to that, then that seems like a good thing.
And I'll add to the justification a bit of what you're saying is where it is located is on a street with a lot of the more massive homes. It's over towards the more commercial end, too, of the district.
I have one more question. How deep are the porches? Because we don't have a plan.
Are they 7, 8?
8 feet.
They're
And
8.
do you know what the deep depth of the porches were on the precedents that you got? I'm just quite curious.
We're checking.
The reason I ask is because if we're looking at a porch depth similar to 413, 410, 411, it gives me more confidence that roof pushes back. Because if you were to take a photograph of your design from the street, much like they were, you would have a similar.
Right.
Yeah, you're definitely not getting the advantage.
Yeah, no,
in
I
this
get
photo,
that.
'cause
Yeah,
porch
that's why I
is-
was. But since we don't have the plan, I didn't know if these things are Juliet balconies.
No, they're
They're exterior rooms, basically.
they're. I mean, we like a deep porch, but let's see if I can find.
There was a sheet.
So
There we go.
th-
Okay,
there's-
yeah, okay. So that makes a big difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're sort of normal,
Yeah.
comfortable
Yeah.
8-foot porch depth. But
And one of your examples showing the siding showed that your porch on your proposed house is basically at the average in depth from the street between the two adjacent homes, which I very much appreciate because that's kind of the way porches function as you talk to each other. And it seems like the wall plane of the main body of the house also kind of takes the midpoint between the two adjacent. So that's another gold star on the list.
if it's all right, I'd like to maybe just mention, Mr. Crete, your comment. I think that, we can commit to studying like a rain garden option, or sometimes the pervious paving doesn't perform the way it's meant to. But, rain gardens are usually on a lot this size, and we've got the slope going back. We've got a lot of depth to sort of create a swale and do something that sort of is part of the landscaping but can head off. Because I'm just assuming maybe at the rear porch is where the topo breaks and it starts to go back, and so we can capture all the runoff from basically half the back end of that hip and the porch and push it to a swale that could probably absorb most rain events, Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, anything we don't obviously want to undermine somebody's, that's a big wall back there, but I think that we've got a lot of open space, a lot of, pervious area, and we could study something like that. You're welcome to sort of put it down as something we'll do one of the two, but we'll probably get our engineer to sort of do a low level flood study of like what kind of problem are we dealing with here, and how can we be responsible.
All right, let's bring things back to the table. Are there any additional questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, just one. Did I hear you say that you're not going to grade the site except for, I guess, the building pad for the carriage house?
I think we're more or less attempting to follow the topo.
Okay.
Final call for questions. Hearing none, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to committee discussion. You can have a seat. Thank you.
I'm inclined to support it, looking for a redesign on the carriage house, so excluding it from the design and perhaps adding two conditions. I didn't see in the staff's proposed conditions a tree protection plan. So adding that, and also the condition, just because it's contrary to what's in the staff documents, that the parking area and driveway are gravel. But otherwise, I do think this is a much improved design. I think it hits the mark on congruity with the neighborhood. I think it's a bit massive in its depth, but it's kind of what it is, and it seems to sit well on the street.
Yeah, I think the hip roof will recede much more than the elevation showed.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking
agree.
about the.
I agree.
I mean, hip roofs do
Yeah.
that by nature. They
Right.
they seem pretty low,
Yeah.
from the human eye.
Yeah.
Curtis, I did want to ask. So, I mean, I agree with all of your kind of counterpoints to the carriage house and the scale and the precedents that were shown, that are generally 1.5 stories. I don't. I guess part of what I wanted us to discuss was if we do, as you're suggesting, and ask them to, omit that from the application as one of the conditions and come back with a redesign. I personally feel like the 1.5 to 2 stories, the height is not, in my opinion, the issue. It's the
Style.
it's the kind of like hierarchy.
Yes.
But I do feel like the placement on the site feels good.
I agree.
And I actually think the 2-story tends to fit with the proposed primary structure. It's just, I agreed with you previously when you said, it feels like a smaller primary structure rather than an accessory structure.
Yeah, it
and there's like a distinction there. So I didn't want our feedback to be taken as it's got to be a 1-story.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
no.
Right, it
that could
doesn't.
potentially add more impervious
Right.
surface.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I think that could be a negative.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agree. I don't think it's just that it's too fancy, I guess is the bottom line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have.
So would our advice be that it's plainer? I don't know if that's too specific or.
So they passed out some helpful information, and I feel like the answer is probably in the precedents that are provided.
Very much so.
That even the ones, to me, there's several that are like 1.5 stories, and Curtis mentioned this with like either kind of a pop out or
Right.
or a dormer.
Yeah.
And even if it's shown as a garage, you could imagine it
Right.
as like living space
Yeah.
rather than
Absolutely.
the actual car park
Right.
or
Yeah.
carriage portion.
Yeah.
Be a
Point
cool
being to
little
make
house.
it. Point being to make it a carriage house, which is what they wrote on the
Yeah.
box.
It might actually help the quality of the living
absolutely.
space
I think so, very much
without
so.
adding too much impervious to the site. I don't have anything else to add.
No, I don't either. So procedurally, do we need to ask the applicant to officially remove the carriage house from
willing to.
application?
I think that would be a good idea. I think the action should recite that if that feature has been withdrawn from the application, from the proposal, that this is with consent of the applicant,
Okay.
anticipating a new application perhaps in the future.
So ask the applicant to come up and approve whether or not you want to remove the accessory unit from the application and just proceed on the main structure, with the understanding that you could file a new application for the accessory structure at a later time.
We would request that the accessory structure be removed from our application and that the committee proceed with reviewing just the main structure. And we acknowledge that if we want to propose an accessory structure, we need to submit a new COA in the future.
Okay.
And I would just add, potentially asking the applicant to clarify in lieu of a building in that location, what is the proposed surface instead for the time being?
It would be the sidewalk back to the current carriage house in the plan, as well as the footprint of the house would be returned to like grass or some sort of pervious material, landscaping.
Sure. So, committee, I think that could potentially be addressed in your conditions, just for a revised, site plan.
Very well. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Someone like to make a motion?
I can give it a swing. Just making my notes here. Okay, I move that based on the information in the application and presented during the public hearing, that providing that, given the removal of the ADU from the application, that the application be approved with the following conditions. One, that fiber cement or composite trim be painted and installed smooth side out, facing out. Two, that the metal roofing, if any, have flat pans with no striations or ridges. Let's see. Three, the parking area and driveway are gravel in composition. Four, that the following be provided to and approved by staff prior to issuance of the blue card. A, revised site plan, and B, a tree protection plan by an ISA certified arborist that graphically details the tree protection areas, lay down space and mitigation measures in the critical root zones. Five, that detailed drawings and specifications for the following be provided to and approved by staff prior to installation or construction. A, standing seam metal roof, including flat pan width, rib height, low ridge cap profile, color, and finish. If any, B, asphalt roof specifications. C, paint and stain color swatches from the manufacturer. D, HVAC screening. E, exterior lighting, including location on the building. If any, F, front walk concrete finish. G, refuse area details and screening. H, landscape installation location for the downspouts. I, landscape plan. And anything more than foundation plantings or trees must be submitted as a new COA. J, house numbers, electrical panel location, mailbox location, and all other exterior elements not included in the application.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
Please.
Did you mention about the revised site plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee is approval of the application subject to the stated conditions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. The decision will be official at next month's meeting when the minutes are reviewed, approved, and signed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we'll take
you did a great job.
5-minute recess. committee is back in session, and next we are proceeding with old application COA 0005 or 0005 2023 525 Watauga Street. Caitlin and Stephen Taylor, the property owners, located in the Oakwood Historic District.
All right, this is case COA 5, 2023 for 525 Watauga Street in the Oakwood Historic District. The request is to remove existing side porch and storage room, construct a 1.5-story addition with 1-story open-air breezeway connector, construct 1-story side storage room, install mechanical equipment, remove existing fence, construct low stone site wall with metal fence topper, remove existing driveway, construct new paver driveway and walkway, construct rear stepping stone path, and install exterior light fixtures. This is a view from Watauga Street of the subject property. Again, this is something you've seen in a previous month, but as a reminder, this is infill, non-historic, non-contributing primary structure. This is a view from down Watauga Street from the south side, largely obscured, and a view from the opposite side. This is Leonidas Court, stretching in front of the side of the property, which is a dead-end cul-de-sac, also infill road. Side elevation directly, looking down that cul-de-sac toward the neighboring property, and a view of the rear yard where the addition is proposed to occur. Better look into the rear area. An existing tree right at the corner along the street. And this is a view on the south side of the building where the 1-story storage addition is proposed. And looking back out toward Leonidas Court to the north. Staff concerns are that the proposed addition is wider than the main house. The front yard fence and wall proposed configuration. Full typical project specifications were not provided, and the congruity of some design details, including the roof to windowsill proximity, proposed stained soffit design detail, and siding type.
All right, first, are there any members of the committee who have an interest in the matter or otherwise feel that they cannot be fair or impartial in hearing this case? All right, for any individual who will be presenting testimony for this application, if you please come introduce yourselves and I'll swear you in.
Caitlin Taylor.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Anyone else who will be presenting?
Stephen Taylor.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Elizabeth Rue.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. All right, I'll recognize the applicant for their presentation.
Oops. Okay.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Taylor. My husband Stephen and I own 525 Watauga Street, and I've been working closely with RHDC staff since the start of this project.
Caitlin, you just move the microphone closer.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is that better? Okay. Elizabeth is with LCA. She and Stephen are well-versed in different aspects of the project, so I've invited both to jump in at any time if they have something to add. When Stephen and I decided to move to Raleigh in 2016, all of our friends in other neighborhoods told us that Oakwood was the spot for us. Within 6 months of moving to Raleigh, we bought this house. Since then, Stephen has served on the social committee. Our house was on the 50th annual candlelight tour. We've also had 2 kids and have both transitioned to working from home. We love Oakwood, and this addition is important to our ability to continue to live and work here and also accommodate our aging parents with an accessible space. To begin, I'd like to address staff comments, but before I dive in, I just want to thank Aaron and Colette, who's obviously not here, for all of the work they've put into helping us since we began this process 9 months ago. Their perspective and assistance has truly been invaluable, so thank you. First, the width of the addition. Both the staff concern and potential condition listed here were added in response to the design in our initial COA. The primary footprint of the addition has never been longer than the existing house, but we realized the screen wall system at the covered porch was presenting itself similar to an exterior wall. We've now removed that screening to make the boundary of the structure clear. We understood this revision to resolve the staff concerns, so when the note remained, we asked for clarity. We now understand the remaining concern is that the addition breaks the south plane of the main house, as noted by the red dashed line in the site plan. In this case, the small offset of just over 2 feet shown in red is not visible from either street, and shifting the structure north or down in this plan to align with the existing house would mean pushing the addition back towards Leonidas and back towards the critical root zone of the oak tree. The structure is clearly differential in size and scale, and we believe this siting only furthers the difference. There are also many examples in the neighborhood where corner additions like ours are offset from the primary structure in the direction opposite of the side street. In each of these examples, the offset is both larger and more visible from the street than what we've proposed. With the removal of the porch screening, we believe we've addressed all of the concerns here. Staff concern number 2 is in regards to the front yard fence. The first note mentions there's an atypical jog at the front walk landing. This detail is common throughout the district where the front of a landing doesn't align with the front of the property line, and the fence and retaining wall must return back in order to cross the landing. Second, site walls and front yard fences in the Oakwood Historic District are typically straight runs across the front property line and enclose relatively equal portions of the front yard rather than running immediately adjacent to the front walk. This is true, but only because most front stairs occur somewhere in the middle of the porch. In our case, you can see that the stairs are in an atypical location, completely offset to one side, which also happens to be the side where our house sits closest to the property line. So the location of our front walk breaks our front yard into 2 sections that are very unequal. In the small section between our lot and 521 Watauga, there are large trees that grow right up to both our walkway and our neighbor's driveway, as you can see here. The blue line on the site plan represents the fence location proposed in the most recent submission. For those passing on the street, it's easy to assume the trees are actually part of our neighbor's property. The potential condition recommended by staff is that the new fence line either fully enclose the front yard or not enclose any portion of the front yard, and that the fence line abuts the front wall of the house rather than the front porch. Even if we enclose the entire front yard as shown here, the symmetry needed to match the typical condition mentioned for the district would be impossible. It would also mean we had to demolish part of the trees in order to build more retaining wall, only to enclose the small remaining portion of trees. Here are some examples in the neighborhood where unique sites necessitate fences with locations or terminations that are atypical but not incongruous. The first shows an example where a fence extends beyond the front face of the house, enclosing only a small portion of the front yard. The example to the right of that shows a fence that jogs once at the street and does not return back out. The top right is a few doors down from us and shows a metal fence that jogs back once at the landing but doesn't return to the sidewalk on the opposite side, since there isn't enough space for it to be practical here. This one is very similar to our condition, except much more obvious given the location, the exposed corner of the site. The 3 examples on the bottom show fences that terminate into newel posts and front porch railings. These are the various fence layouts we've proposed to date. The original design on the left seemed the most logical way to terminate the fence. The option in the middle is what is in this revised COA submission in response to staff's original concerns with the fence abutting the stair newel post. The newest option on the right is an alternate we're bringing to this meeting that addresses the concern with the fence abutting the side of the porch instead of the wall of the house. But given the precedent we've now provided, I would argue that the original location proposed isn't incongruous. It won't materially change how the fence appears from the street and is the best of the three because it means the least alterations to existing site elements. Concern 3 relates to some details of the specs that need to be provided. We believe we can work with staff to provide everything needed here conditionally. Concern 4 relates to the separation between windowsills and the small storage area shed roof. We believe we addressed this in the prior meeting, but have provided additional precedent here as support. In all of these examples, windows abut a roof with less margin than what's proposed. The location of this detail on our house is not visible anywhere, and we're confident that any functional concerns can be addressed technically with things such as extra flashing. Staff concern number 5 states the breezeway soffits are proposed to be stained rather than painted. Evidence to support this atypical condition was not provided. Here's a long list of homes found with wood soffits in Oakwood based on a survey of around half of our neighborhood at a frequency of about 1 home per block. We also confirmed the top left example shown here on Bloodworth was approved by COA. The potential condition recommended is for all fascia and soffits to be painted to match the existing house. All of the fascia and soffits visible from the street are currently specified this way. But given the extensive evidence of wood soffits in the neighborhood and the fact that the slope of the roof at the wood soffit proposed in our project reduces the visibility almost completely from the street, we believe this can remain as designed without posing concerns of incongruity. Staff concern number 6, full material specs for some typical items were not provided. I won't list them all out. We provided prints of I think all of these at the last meeting, but I didn't include them in the subsequent submission. Again, we are confident we can work with staff to provide everything needed conditionally here. And if there are immediate questions about what's spec'd right now, I have slides I can pull up for reference. The last staff concern relates to the proposed shiplap siding profile. We agree it makes sense to revise the siding to match existing at the 2 small areas that connect to the existing house. This is the proposed siding spec. It's a 9-inch exposure shiplap. The guideline reference reads, design an addition to be compatible with the historic building, yet make the addition discernible from the original. We felt shiplap siding was a simple way to maintain compatibility while subtly differentiating the two. For this reason, we didn't provide historic precedence since it was an attempt to apply a more contemporary material. But while walking on our block earlier this week, I noticed shiplap siding at 527 North Boundary, so it's not without any precedent. Although it wasn't noted in the most recent staff concerns, we acknowledge that a significant portion of the last meeting was spent discussing setbacks and the relationship between our proposed structure and the neighboring structure at 604 Leonidas. Our lot is atypical. It's one of only 3 lots in Oakwood with exposure on 3 sides in a distinctly non-historic section of Oakwood. Each of these 3 lots sits on the front corner of a cul-de-sac, which is not a historic street structure. Out of necessity, cul-de-sacs force high density and unusual relationships when you compare to those found in a conventional block. You can see, especially in these houses in blue, how the layout necessitates atypical siding. About 1/3 of the front of 600 Leonidas actually faces the side of 604 Leonidas, which to my knowledge happens nowhere else in Oakwood. While the nature of the relationships between structures in a cul-de-sac is atypical, what we're proposing is not. When compared to the only two contributing corners on our block, you find that the offset between the front face of neighboring houses is almost identical to what's proposed. The only difference is that in our case, as you can see in the middle diagram, the proposed structure is sited much farther from the adjacent structure, reducing any visual impact dramatically. And again, the fact that it sits 19 feet below the roof line of the neighboring structure, as you can see here, reduces the impact in the same way. If you compare the distance between the proposed project and neighboring structure, 32.5 feet approximately, with that of the immediate surrounding blocks, you also find that that distance is almost unprecedented. The blue line represents this spacing at our project. Each orange line represents a location where neighboring structures measure closer than 32.5 feet. This is almost everywhere. Finally, here's an overlay showing properties highlighted in pink that measure as exceptions to UDO standards. With regards to the setbacks, this has been a focus of ours throughout the project. In fact, the first time we reached out to RHDC staff before beginning design last summer was for clarification regarding setbacks in Oakwood. The unequivocal answer we received: setbacks are a modern convention, and the ones tied to current zoning are often substantially larger than what would have been traditionally found in the development of the neighborhood. If an application deviates from the stated setback allowed for the base zoning, provide an analysis of well-related nearby properties to illustrate that the proposed setback dimension is congruous with the surrounding character. The evidence shows that deviation from modern setbacks is ubiquitous in the historic sections of the neighborhood. In our revised application, we've included lots of additional precedent to support that not only is this true in contributing structures, but it's also been a detail approved for numerous infill projects similar and in close proximity to ours. Here are two additional examples where DRAC and RHDC committee actually recommended an accessory structure proposed be moved closer to lot lines into the UDO setbacks in order to provide a larger distance and therefore more congruous relationship between the existing house and the addition. At 608 Oakwood, the last note from the DRAC meeting reads, quote, the location of the proposed carriage house was repositioned to match the location of the existing carriage house in order to maximize the distance between the proposed carriage house and the existing residence. You can see on the approved site plan, this is a lot and addition similar to ours, with 17 feet between the structures, compared to 18 feet proposed between our addition and existing house. This recommended siting ultimately put the accessory structure 2'6" off the back lot line and 1'8" off the side lot line. The second example, which will be familiar to several of you, is an accessory structure approved in 2021 at 504 East Jones Street. The original application presented to RHDC was deferred due to concerns with the close proximity of the accessory structure relative to the primary structure. In the project's second RHDC review a month later, the meeting minutes show that a commissioner asks the homeowner about the changes they undertook to address the committee's concerns from last month. She, being the homeowner, replied that last month it seemed like the new structure was too close to the primary structure, and one of the commissioners mentioned using the setback. She said they had moved the structure further back and it was now 17.5 feet from the house. It's also worth noting there was no history of an accessory structure in this location, and the 17.5-foot distance is measured to the first support for the covered patio, so visually there's already quite a bit more distance between the buildings. Again, our structure currently sits 18 feet from the existing house, within 6 inches and 1 foot of the two examples shown here. When you take the evidence from our first application showing historic zero lot line precedent, add that to the examples now provided of approved infill projects with setbacks just over 1 foot, and then you consider the spatial relationship resulting from our proposed structure, we believe the siding proposed previously poses no concerns with congruity. With that said, we've elected to move the structure in the revised submission so that it now sits 3 feet off the back lot line in order to address the concerns expressed by our neighbor around access necessary for construction and maintenance. This last revision was in addition to several others that we worked to resolve with them prior to our initial meeting. I have a ton of reference slides showing precedent for a range of details along with specs, etc., but I want to be respectful of your time. I would only ask that if you have concerns with any aspects of the project being incongruous, that you present it to me during questions so that I have an opportunity to address with additional information and clarity.
Thank you. Any additional testimony from the applicant? All right. Are there members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application? Any members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the case? All right, please come forward. State your name, please.
Doug Irving.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
All right. I have a handout with 10 copies.
Okay. Please provide a copy to the applicant as well.
Oh, sure. There you go. Nope. Got it covered. All right, everyone. Happy to be here with you all. Let me get this undone. So thank you all again for your service on this committee. Just to state for the record again, I, together with my wife, have owned the property of 604 Leonidas Court since August of 2009. We've lived in Oakwood since 2004 and also been part of the community with my wife serving as Children's Committee Chair for a number of years. Our property shares its side eastern property line with the subject's property rear and western property line. My primary issue with the proposed plan is the rear setback of the addition, which is now 3 feet in total. I know historic districts are different, but this is 17 feet into the setback for a primary residence and 2 feet into the setback for an accessory structure. This has been referred to as an addition throughout the application and would be classified that way under the UDO due to the dimensions and placement of the breezeway, which makes this addition part of the primary residence. Regardless of this definition, I have assessed both additions and large scale ADUs in the data collected for this presentation. There are numerous concerns I have stemming from the size of the setback as it relates to the size and scope of this multi-story large-scale addition. I've carefully reviewed COA 0005-2023 and the UDO for an R10 lot within the HOD-G overlay. I will focus the remainder of my comments on to technical aspects for the submission. So I first want to talk about the UDO and the historic overlays. Broadly speaking, our building code has evolved as this could present problems to the preservation of not only historic structures, but also the character of these special districts. General historic overlay districts were created. While we default to the UDO in these districts, the HOD-G does provide opportunities to supersede the UDO when preserving the historic structures or the historic character of our districts. In assessing structures, I've broadly seen the following issues raised when considering placement of additions or accessory structures. Is the proposed structure historic, requiring preservation? Is it replacing a structure that was positioned at that spot historically? Is the construction of an accessory of the size and scope with a small nearest setback part of a prevailing pattern within Oakwood? The proposed structure is not historic, and there was not a historic structure in the place where the addition is proposed. For this reason, I wanted to assess any prevailing patterns in the neighborhood that may justify this placement. For this exercise, I carefully reviewed the following 3 things that I'll discuss with you today. all current structures within roughly a 2-block grid that have identical lot configurations, which is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The properties submitted with this application and properties that went through COA process between 2016 to 2021. I picked those because the website was straightforward and easy to go through all of those. Assessment of, I'm now going to assess the prevailing pattern within the 2-block grid. As opposed to only showing select properties, here I will present an inventory of the properties within approximately 2 blocks. I've illustrated this 2-block grid in Figure 1. The rear property line adjoining a side property line was brought up as a unique in the last meeting and also in the initial conversation here, so I've specifically addressed these properties. There are actually 91 total properties with this said configuration in this area of the district. This is out of 130 total properties in that same area, making this roughly 70% of those total properties. The goal was to quantify how many of these 91 properties had a large footprint accessory structure or in addition with a setback less than 5 feet. Properties were initially surveyed by use of IMAPs and lot dimensions. Any large accessory structures or additions that were close to property lines were field measured if surveys or COAs were not available electronically. I will note that structures appearing on lot lines and IMAPs often had measurable distances when field measured. This exercise, the field measurements, was not performed for small accessory structures, and I conservatively counted anything that was close to, but this number is likely smaller as field measurements were routinely larger from values estimated from IMAPs. Excuse me. Of the 91 properties, no large accessory structures or primary buildings were found to have a setback less than 5 feet with this configuration. One structure appeared to have a large footprint accessory structure. This is 506 North Boundary. But this was actually 2 separate detached small sheds with an air gap between them. In addition, 506 North Boundary is a non-contributing house according to the inventory of houses. It was built in 1949. This property is also slightly greater than 1.5 blocks from the subject property, and the sheds were constructed some time ago, and I'm guessing they were near the time of the original construction of the home. There were several properties with large accessory structures within 1.5 blocks with this lot configuration. Some of them were just pointed out to you by the applicant, actually. The setbacks for these structures were determined to be the following. 600 North Boundary, which was highlighted as one of the properties, that's a 5-foot rear setback, field measured, and the house is contributing. 606 North Boundary, which is less than 1.5 blocks. The accessory in that rear lot, which is a garage, has a 5-foot 6-inch rear setback. And that's from a professional survey that I got for actually 601 Leonidas Court when they did a lot recombination. 607 North Boundary, which is less than 1.5 blocks, has an accessory structure with a 14-foot rear setback. That's field measured. That's also contributing. 521 Elm is less than 1.5 blocks. It's now a vacant lot, but it had an accessory structure. It's recently been demolished, but the outline of that accessory structure is greater than 5 feet from the property line. I field measured that, although inaccurately, because I'm basing it on the shadow of what used to be there, but it was also a non-contributing structure to the neighborhood. 502 Polk, which is greater than 1.5 blocks, but close, is a house. I don't know if there was an addition, but it has a 5-foot, 2-inch setback from the rear property line. That was field measured. That's a contributing house. 520 Polk, which is less than 1.5 blocks, has a large multi-story accessory garage, and it's set back 7 feet. That was field measured. That's contributing. 511 Oakwood, which is greater than 1.5 blocks, but close, has a large garage that is set back 8 feet from the rear line. That was field measured. That's contributing. Those were the properties I assessed in the 2-block grid. I'm now going to move on to talk about the assessment of the submitted structures, and then I'll move on to talk about the COA structures that were approved between 2016 and 2021. The applicant has submitted 13 examples of properties. I've carefully reviewed these properties and will comment on each briefly. Figure 2 on page 3 illustrates these submitted properties in relation to the subject property. I've also included all the structures field measured and previously discussed for reference. Properties from 2016 to 2021 COAs that I will discuss have also been added to this figure for reference. You can see that each dot is color-coded by the setback, with red being greater than 5 feet, purple being greater than 3 feet, and orange being less than 3 feet. Note I only measured large ADUs or additions in the 2-block grid that appeared close to property lines on iMaps. There may be other large rear setbacks in this area. So now I'll talk about the submitted properties. The first submitted property was 101 North Bloodworth. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line property. It is a 1-story accessory structure that is 2 feet from the rear property line. It has a much smaller footprint, and it is smaller in height than the proposed structure. It's also one of the furthest properties from the subject property. 416 Edenton, which is close to the first property. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the accessory structure is 4 feet based on the COA application. This is a smaller footprint structure with a larger setback than the proposed. 403 East Edenton, this is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the accessory structure is 4 feet. This is a smaller footprint structure with a larger setback than the proposed structure. The above 3 properties are also the furthest properties on the map in Figure 2 and are clustered together. 404 Oakwood Avenue. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The multi-story addition with similar connector has a rear setback and was field measured to be 15 feet, and it was confirmed on the COA application. 608 Oakwood. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the accessory structure is 2 feet 6 inches. The accessory was constructed at the same location of a historic garage. 304 Polk. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of that structure is 1 foot 7 inches at the narrowest and 2 feet 6 3/4 inches at the longest. The accessory was constructed at the same location as a historic garage, and the lot is tighter, 72 by 84. 504 North Person. This is a very interesting one. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the accessory structure is 0 feet. The house was constructed in 1875, and the accessory structure is on the 1914 Sanborn map. However, it was built much deeper in a much deeper overall lot. If you flip the page, you can look at the next page. I've shown the 1914 and the 1950 Sanborn maps. That lot was then subdivided to add 315 Polk, which was further to the east of the property in 1920, and 313 Polk was added in 1928. See Figure 3 for 1914-1950 Sanborn maps. The setback is illegal under current building code. For this structure, it appears that the setback is 0 feet, not because it was being built up to that line, but rather that the property line was drawn there when subdivided. 425 Bloodworth. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the multi-story accessory structure was field measured to be 28 feet. 410 Elm. This is a rear property line adjoining a rear property line property. The majority of the 37-foot width of the accessory structure has a setback of 4 feet 2 inches. Only 8 feet and 7 inches wide portion has the 3-foot 2-inch setback reported by the applicants. The property is also an unusual condition. This took a lot of research. But from 1878, when it passed from Richard Stanhope Pullen, to 1987, 410 Elm actually extended from Elm Street to Watauga, or Swain at the time. In 1987, there were common owners of 410 and 408 Elm. These owners recombined the properties to deal with a historic shed that was built over the common property line and had common water lines shared by both properties. The recombination also included moving the rear portion of 410 Elm's lot to be part of 408 Elm's lot. In 1994, the rear of 410 Elm's original lot was subdivided off of 408 into what is now 413 Watauga. 410 was sold, as was 413 Watauga. These used to be one property. As for an 11-year stretch starting from 1994, 413 Watauga, rear to the original 410 Elm, was owned by a holding company followed by a corporation. In 2005, 413 Watauga was listed under the ownership of the same property owner of 410 Elm. It is currently entirely fenced in, and both properties are part of 410 Elm. In other words, while there is a property line here, it is in the middle of the same property owner's backyard. It was difficult to deduce whether there was a common ownership in this 11-year period because of the holding company and the corporation. 415 Elm. This is a rear property line adjoining a rear property line. The setback referred to in the application is in reference to the side setback. There is a garage in the back with a 3-foot 8-inch setback, but it appears to be in a position of a small structure on the 1914 Sanborn map. The accessory structure has a smaller footprint and a smaller height than the proposed structure. Additionally, the roof of the garage breaks towards the driveway and the backyard of 415 Elm, allowing easy access for workers maintaining the structure. 520 North Bloodworth. This is a rear property line adjoining a rear property line property. The setback referred to in the application is again the side lot setback. The rear setback for this multi-story larger accessory structure is 9 feet, and that's based on the COA application. It has a smaller footprint and a larger setback. 525 North Bloodworth. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the multi-story accessory structure was field measured to be 8 feet. This is a smaller footprint with a larger setback. 703 North Bloodworth. This is a rear property line adjoining a side property line. The rear setback of the single-story accessory structure connected by a breezeway was measured to be 14 feet. This is a smaller footprint structure with a larger setback. After looking at the applicant's properties, I decided to go on the COA website and review properties that were approved between 2016 and 2021. I looked at all properties that had added a rear addition or a rear large accessory structure. There were very few properties with smaller than 5-foot setback in this time period. All of those were presented by the applicant and were properties replacing existing historic structures, such as garages or sheds. There were numerous other applications, 24 examples that I found, that added large ADUs or additions in this period. None of these setbacks is less than 5 feet. I briefly summarize a few for context. All of them are available in a table I've provided at the back. All my field measurements and data that was collected. 612 North Boundary, which is right next to us, is less than 1.5 block, has a 25-foot by 19-foot accessory connected to the house. The rear setback is 11 feet 3 inches. Dimensions obtained were from 092-18-CA, which was not from the original construction but provided the dimensions of the structure. This is a rear lot to rear lot property line configuration. 601 Leonidas Court, also referred to by the applicants, added a rear artist workshop. I couldn't find the COA, but the survey is available on iMaps in the Book of Maps. And the rear setback at no point is never shorter than 10 feet. Their garden shed which is a much smaller footprint, has a 6-foot 6-inch setback from the rear property line. And this is a non-uniform lot that is asymmetric and drawn around due to recombinations of properties over time. 600 Latham Way, which is also one of the 2 cul-de-sacs mentioned previously, has a multi-story rear addition, plus a workshop added to the house on the rear. The rear-to-rear lot property line, and it has a rear-to-rear lot property line. The closest rear setback is about 5 feet 10 inches, and that's in COA 0010-2019. The above 3 properties are within my 2-block grid, and in neighboring next door, you can see them from my house properties. 130 North Bloodworth has a 30-foot wide, 20-foot deep, multi-story attached ADU. It had a shed closer to the lot line, but moved it inside the UDO setback. Current rear setback is set to 6 feet, and I give you the COA number for that. 513 North Bloodworth constructed a 2-car garage and connected workshop. They demolished 2 historic structures that were in this place, and the rear setback of that structure is 6 feet to the wall, and the overhangs are at 5 feet. The filing for that is 082-18-CA. 405 East Franklin constructed a new house, completely new house, in its place. This lot is exceptionally deep, so the setback was something very large, but they moved that structure inside of every UDO setback, side, rear. I think the U.S. Secretary of Interior says build this of its current time, right? Which I think includes the building code. They've adhered to that building this new structure. There are 18 other properties that I'm not going to talk about, but I've shown all of these that are the closest to the rear property line. Most setbacks still abide by the UDO setbacks for primary residences, which are greater than 20 feet. All of these can be seen in the supplied appendix, which is a large table. I want to make a small correction, which is actually talked about, and this is not a major issue for me, but it's been in the plot. The applicants have submitted a rendering of the spacing between our structures. The distance calculated in the application is 32 feet, 7 3/4 inches, which was quoted previously and illustrated in other drawings. Omitted from this rendering is my wood, 2-sided porch and exterior shed, which is attached to my house. This structure extends 7 feet from the edge of my house and has a width of 12 feet, 7 inches. This brings the spacing down to 25 feet, 7 3/4 inches. I've included an updated graphic for reference. You can probably tell what I added. My arguments are not the proximity of one structure to the other, but I know this was previously considered under the UDO for various reasons. My primary concern, as I've stated to you and the applicants several times, is the small proposed setback of this structure. Now, there's 2 additional matters I want to discuss with you. I don't know where this will go, and I don't want to presume, but I do like to plan. I'm gone in the month of June at the time of this meeting, if this case happens to come up again. I've been told by staff that the only way for me to participate is to be here in person. I would hope that this would be considered in future scheduling, as I have taken this issue very seriously. Because I don't know whether that would be considered, this forces me to make some additional decisions. This is something that I've debated on how to proceed, but I feel I need to make some decisions now. I will quickly close with those 2 issues. There's a fence on the property line, and I noticed staff comments that said that property disputes aren't settled by this committee. So I recognize and respect that this committee does not settle property disputes. You will, however, be approving a plan of work on this property that includes removal of the white picket fence that is on both sides of the property line. It was present when I bought the property, my property, and it was there when the applicants bought their property. I have not consented to the removal of this shared property and view it as important to maintaining the integrity of the property boundary, especially during large-scale construction. The applicants have submitted a survey with their application that shows the property line going through the 4x4s of this fence. It's on page 6 of the PDF. I'll correct that. You'll see it better there. My contrast was not good enough on my printer to get the light gray of the fence posts. I'm not asking you to settle this matter, but I do not want the plan of work to include removal of fence until this matter is resolved. The fence in question is on the western edge of 525 Watauga and runs from the juncture of the fence of 521 Watauga to the 4x4 nearest the crepe myrtle tree. This extension would not extend past the side setback of 525 Watauga on the northern side of the property. I've reproduced the survey, but as noted, please look at the electronic copy. Access to my property. At no point have I ever been asked whether my property can be used in this construction project. At one point during my discussion with the applicants, I was told I would be made aware of when people would be coming. Obviously, I have concerns with the proposed plan and this arrangement, and I've expressed these with the applicants in our meeting before the initial hearing. For this reason, and because I could potentially miss the next public hearing, I'm stating under oath and publicly that I'm denying access to my property to the applicants, workers, architects, or anyone associated with this project. Unauthorized entry to my property will be enforced through trespassing citations from the city. The board can consider this decision final unless I appear before you and say otherwise. Look, I don't think 3 feet is enough to go up 18 feet. By ladder safety measures, 4 feet up, 1 feet out. That's, if you do a quick math, that's 4.6 feet. Right? I don't want anyone to get hurt in building this structure, but I don't want people on my property. I've never been asked. I don't want the liability. I've been very clear. I think the other issue with this is one can establish an easement by the placement of the structure. Right? You can do that formally through an agreement. You can also do that through estoppel rights. Estoppel rights are if I don't say something and you put a structure and invest a lot of money in it, you can create an easement on my property. I'm here, I've been here both times saying I don't want this. All right, in summary, I've looked for a prevailing pattern that would help me understand the proposed 3-foot setback and have not found one. 0 properties were found within a 2-block grid that had a setback shorter than 5 feet for a similar lot configuration. The 2 rear-to-rear property lines were unique in this range and had context beyond the figure-to-ground measurements. The prevailing pattern I have found for additions and large ADUs on similar lot sizes is a setback of greater than 5 feet. In fact, most of the overhangs actually come to 5 feet. Setback 6. The overhang comes to 5. If you think about putting a ladder up there because the roof breaks towards me, that's the point of access for maintenance. I started this exercise by thinking I knew about 0 people who have ever walked through Oakwood and commented on our rigorous adherence to smaller rear setbacks. I now know why. There aren't any, or many. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Are there additional members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the case? All right, please state your name.
Fred Belladin.
All right, please raise your right hand. We'll swear or affirm. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So, as a former committee member sitting in your chair, this is pretty fascinating. And the reason for that is, from my perspective, extends beyond this case. You know, there's been a long-running narrative that there are a number of accessories and small structures in Oakwood that sit close to property lines. And what was interesting to me when this case started, when Doug had asked, I said, yes, you can push it, but they're all over the place. This is what happens when a scientist gets involved in historic preservation. And I think what we're all learning here, including me for the first time, is clearly there are a number of examples of accessories that sit close to property lines. But it comes with some pretty significant caveats. As you can see in the spreadsheet that Doug prepared, most of those examples are very small structures. And if you look at his spreadsheet, they tend to be 10 to maybe 18 foot wide on the rear property line. Most of them are 1 story. When you start looking at a structure of 1.5 stories or 2 stories, 30 feet wide, those are very much outliers. And I think they require a lot more specific evaluation to understand the impact, not just on this case, but on other cases moving forward. The other couple of things I wanted to point out, the applicant did a good job speaking to the spacing between historic structures, and that clearly is part of your purview and responsibility for reviewing historic context. That said, the relationship between structures and property lines is also part of historic context. And in this particular case, it's much more easily quantifiable, which is why the scientist neighbor took the time to provide that data to everyone. So I hope this is helpful, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have as well. Thanks.
All right, are there members of the public with questions or who wish to make comments concerning the application? All right. At this time, the applicant is recognized for an opportunity to rebut the evidence that was provided. I know that may be a tall task, but you do have the floor to provide any rebuttal testimony that you would like to provide.
Okay, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try to address just a couple of the details first. So with regard to the easement issue, and I'm not sure the exact legal thing he's talking about with like basically building on someone else's property and then claiming it's yours, but what we're proposing is 3 feet off the line. I don't think there's any concern there. Let's see. the fence, we actually emailed Doug about a month and a half ago with updates, plans, and suggesting that this was our attempt to address the last of all of the concerns we had gotten, which was access necessary for maintenance and construction. And we had recommended in that email that we thought it would be a good idea to keep the fence for as long as possible during construction. We're actually happy to leave the fence. I think likely we could leave it forever if that were a concern. We didn't receive a response to the email, so I'm struggling with how to engage in this conversation in a way that is productive.
Sir, you're not. Ms. Taylor, just direct your comments to us.
Okay, sure. Sorry. Let me address the precedent.
I will just say if the committee wants to hear from you, then we can bring you up later.
Okay. I think the question is, the question, are there examples in the neighborhood that are similar in some ways to yours, but don't have evidence to support your detail? That's not what your standards are based on. Is there evidence to support the proposed detail? You could narrow the scope to be as specific as possible in order to suggest that the precedent doesn't exist, right? If you're taking this type of specific corner configuration and this specific parameter, and then you're listing examples that are not the same as what's proposed, of course you can come up with examples. The question is there evidence to support that what we're proposing is not incongruous with the special character of the neighborhood? And the UDO and the design guidelines clearly call for that. They also clearly call for, the parameters, both 1.5 blocks, and also, as staff noted in the most recent staff report, precedent outside of that is relevant too. We have shown precedent over and over again, as I understand, and again, as I think the staff report clearly reflects. So I'm going to go to, in response, let's see. I think this is relevant, so I'm going to show it to you. These diagrams show the difference between the surrounding 1.5 blocks of our home and another located more centrally within the historic part of Oakwood. On the left is us, outlined in red, and on the right is the property, just an example, 411 East Street. We are isolated in a purgatory of new development being held to historic standards. And somehow, instead of being offered more leniency, we're afforded less to work with because of what's defined as, contributing, and the fact that that's what we're supposed to be pulling from. If the we're also now being told that potentially, even though we have to conform to historic patterns and precedent, we can't use certain tools to help us actually do that, like setbacks. It's important to note that accessory structures are the ones that have typically been approved for demolition as opposed to historic primary structures. Actually, the property that he mentioned at 600 North Boundary, there was a structure there. The accessory structure sat on the line, but it was demolished. So again, not something that we can use any longer in terms of contributing precedent. If you look at this, you can see that we have, let's see, I think there's another slide. Yeah, so the contributing properties where we are within a block and a half are 47 total. Non-contributing are 38, whereas in the center of historic Oakwood, this example is 79 total, which is almost twice as many to pull from if you're really strictly interpreting that 1.5 blocks. If you take, this is the map from the left here, so the surrounding 1.5 blocks of our property, and you look at just the contributing ones, 83% of those within a block and a half do not seem to conform to modern UDO setbacks. The blue ones are the contributing properties that do not conform. You can specifically, if you look at Polk Street, all of those houses are built right on top of one another. You can also see north of that on Boundary, the same is true there, and there are some accessory structures that are large and sit immediately on the back lot line. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I have a bunch of notes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the Sanborn maps. These were one piece of evidence that we thought was helpful in showing how pervasive structures built directly on the lot line were during the period of significance. Our proposed addition, like Doug mentioned, is attached. My understanding was that it could also be considered an ADU given the amount of open space in the breezeway. But the truth is, regardless of how you want to categorize it, an attached addition or an accessory structure, there's evidence for large examples of both on the back lot line. If you look at the Sanborn maps, on the left, 318 Polk has a large 2-story accessory structure sitting directly on the back lot line. And that is, can you see my mouse? Okay, that one is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get, that one is right here. I think that's 318, and that's a 2-story accessory. 404 North Bloodworth, which I can't see as well on here, but I can't tell which one is 2. So that's, this one I believe was also a large 1.5-story accessory structure. If you look at the map on the right, these two darker pink properties in the bottom left corner are 100 and 114 North Bloodworth. Both of these show very large 1.5-story accessory structures right on the back lot line and side lot line. This one, 100 North Bloodworth, is a corner lot, very similar to ours. And again, tucked back in the corner exactly like we have cited ours. Also, this is 528 East Jones, and that's another large 1.5-story accessory structure right on the back and side lot lines. Some other examples of large contributing structures and additions right on the back lot line are, let's see. So 504 North Person, it's a corner lot. It's contributing. You can see how this large accessory structure was connected later with a hyphen connector, very similar to what's proposed, and it sits, again, right on the back lot line. 401 East Jones. Oops. Another contributing structure on a corner lot where a large structure was built right on the back lot line. .404 Bloodworth, again, corner lot where you can see an accessory structure was connected later. And the same is actually true for the development of the neighboring structure right here. A 502 Polk, this is not far from us, again, right up to the back lot line. 411 Oakwood, this one is right on the line as well. Okay, let's see. Okay, quickly, I want to just run through some infill projects. So this one is within a block and a half of us. It's a massive outbuilding, accessory structure, whatever you want to call it. It was approved by COA. There was no historic accessory structure on this lot. And it was approved 3 feet off the back lot line, 3 feet off the side lot line. I'd like to note in the staff comments from that COA, staff comment number 1 is the size and scale of the outbuilding, while large, again, this one is much larger in footprint to ours, is not without precedent in the historic district, especially in the case of 218 Northeast Street. Other large outbuildings include 608 Polk, and then they list a few others. And then staff comment number 2, orientation is straightforward and parallel to lot lines. Outbuildings in Oakwood are frequently as close as 3 feet to lot lines. Some are much closer. .504 East Jones, this one hasn't been constructed yet, but again, I mentioned it earlier. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go, hang with me for 1 second if you don't mind. This was the one that I mentioned earlier. It was approved in 2021. A few of you were on DRAC and RHDC at the time. DRAC saw it and RHDC approved it, but only after they deferred it because the structure was too close to the primary building. So they, as approved, ultimately were 17.5 feet between structures. Again, RHDC deferred the application because they wanted it moved into the UDO setbacks. Once it was moved, as shown here, it was approved. We have 18 feet between our house and our proposed structure. And then the last one, which I think is really relevant, is, let's see, 608 Oakwood. Again, this is a block and a half away. It's a larger footprint than ours. It's on a corner lot. It's an exception to the UDO. It was approved by COA. It reflected both historic precedent for this siting and also approval of, they had actually shown it again closer to the house, but RHDC required that it be moved back into the setbacks where it was cited the way that it was cited historically. And so ultimately, it was 1'8" off the side lot line and 2'6" off the back lot line. Again, a note from the staff report here reads, the proposed location of the carriage house at the rear of the property, 2'6" from the rear property line and 1'8" from the side property line, is consistent with the traditional placement of accessory structures in the district and maintains the current locations of the south and west walls. Honestly, I don't know how we could provide better precedent than examples where you all actually required homeowners move into the setbacks in order to be congruous. We want to maintain a relationship with our neighbor. We've consistently engaged with Doug throughout this process, along with the majority of the other neighbors in our cul-de-sac. We've made revisions to the project to address each of his specific concerns straight on. Again, the last one that we hadn't addressed being access necessary for construction, which we have done in this most recent revision. Unfortunately, when we sent the last email a month, I guess it was a month ago, we didn't get a response. We're grateful to hear from him in this venue. We expressed that to him directly after the last meeting and said we hold no grudge, which is true. But only hearing about it here is not ideal. And again, it seems like we've reached a point where he simply doesn't want us to alter our property. And unfortunately, that's not a concern that we can really solve for. So we're doing what we can. That is my response, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. At this time, I'll recognize my commissioners for questions. If the committee decides to hear from you, we'll bring you up. Thank you.
Go, John.
Well, I was going to accept that we hear
Same.
from the.
Same.
Okay.
Do we want to ask a question or open up for additional testimony?
I'd like to hear what he has to say
Yeah.
first, and then see
Additional
what other
testimony.
questions we've got.
Okay. Raz, do we need a motion for that, or?
I just suggest that you take that action without objection from the rest of the committee and just as chair,
Okay.
decide to allow that.
Without objection, we'll recognize Mr. Irving for additional comments. No, you're still sworn.
Still under oath, okay. I will keep this brief. I wanted to address mainly because I was brought up directly. So I did go through the Sanborn map exercise. In fact, I didn't have time to go through it. I counted 330 properties, only about 3 or 4% had rear setbacks. And I'm counting those as looking close. The valuable thing of my exercise of when I went either IMAPS or Sanborn, when you look at figure to ground, when you get out on the field, it is like 502 Polk, they mentioned again, because it looks like it's on the line, it's 5 feet 2 inches. The other lot that was in 410 Elm is the lot line there's some context. This was the subdivided lot from Ames Christopher. And I don't know who owned it at both times, right? So there are stories. I think we went back to 608 North Boundary, and that was at the reason they moved it back out to the side, into the setback was for historical context, right? So there's reasons that they're there. I do want to say, and go through the process because it's been said that I've not engaged with this. On the initial submission, I got notice on my porch 10 days ahead of the meeting of this. Other than a stop and chat, there was no discussion about something so close, and that was a zero setback on my property. I'm the one that called the meeting with the property owners and expressed my concerns. I led with, my main concern is the zero setback, and here's all the other reasons, right, that sort of stem out of that, but there are more, right? We've tried to address the other things, but really it's the setback, and I've been clear in front of this committee in saying that. Unlike the previous applicants that were ahead of you, where they met with the community and had feedback before submission, I was emailed. That's true. They emailed me, I think, at the end of March. And the email said, this is the plan we resubmitted to the committee. I wasn't engaged in any meaningful way to find out if that satisfied my concerns before we brought it back here. I don't want, no offense to all of you, I don't want to be here, right? I would prefer to talk to them. But to say that I haven't engaged, or I'm holding back and springing it on them now. Once you've submitted something to this committee, it's my understanding that's a legal process that's started. It's submitted, and I'd still have to be here. So I didn't respond to the email because I have to be here. It's been submitted. So I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, anything else I want to say. So do you have a, sorry, Tripp, do you?
No, while Mr. Irving is up at the podium, are there any questions from the commissioners for Mr. Irving? Thank you, Mr. Irving. Yes, you may.
I would just add, in the interest of moving the meeting along, that we go ahead and specify that this will be the last sort of response receival, and that we move on to specific committee questions regarding the report.
I would like that, but you never know what the committee will want to do.
I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry this is going on for so long. I just want to be clear, we printed out the entire set of our first application and left it at their door with a note and some things saying, we hope this is a very thoughtful and quick project. Please let us know if you have any questions or concerns. In advance of the last meeting, we were told he did. We're given a list. We said, great, come over, let's talk about it. He did that. We felt like we addressed every single thing. The specific concern with access and maintenance at the time was relative to liability, which we had addressed with our insurance. And then we were essentially told, well, even though you've addressed all of my specific concerns, it's really just the setback I have a problem with. So at this point, we understand he doesn't want anyone to be on his property. That is fine. That's a respectable perspective, and we have no intention to do that. Again, we sent the email a month and a half ago and said, we have made this revision in order to address the last concern that we had not fully addressed of yours, which was the need for people to potentially be standing on your property for a short period of time. Again, we've now believe we've addressed that, and if there are questions or concerns, as always, we're here to have dialogue. So I just want to state that for the record. Again, I would like to think there's still a way for us to get past this in the future. We're trying to do the right things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Do my fellow commissioners have questions? Rob, any questions?
I have a question. With regard to how close the building will be to your neighbor's property.
Yes.
I understand that you've engaged with an architect.
Yes.
I don't know the answer to this question. This is not a gotcha. I just wanted to know if you've discussed this, how you plan to sort of excavate for footings on.
Actually, we have.
Okay.
So all of the heavy machinery, excavator will come on our side of the property. We need to excavate approximately a foot beyond where the footings are going to be. That was a question that when the concerns were brought up, we said, let's address this very specifically. Like when it comes to building this, what is it going to take? Do we have to have equipment in their driveway? So the answer is we have not been presented with any concerns. We will need to dig or excavate a little bit farther than the footings, but that is still well within our property line.
Okay. John, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
No.
I just want to get into some discussion here to truth through this.
And Wes, tell me if I'm not the best at being proper. So
Raz is here.
okay,
John.
good. So Raz, get your button. What's the big deal about not doing 5 feet?
So I think what's really important to understand, you're an architect.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So
And that's what I'm having trouble with.
Sure.
I don't see a reason why you can't do the 5 feet.
what do you do before you start designing a project? Do you define parameters? Do you do schematic studies?
Create a program.
Program, right. So I actually studied and worked as a commercial interior designer for many years. I'm now a graphic designer. My process for design, and I think this is true for most people, is define the problem, define the parameters, the tools, all of those things, and then come up with a cohesive solution based on those things.
Yes.
We looked at the
And let me just point
Sure.
out, part of the parameters
Sure.
that you start out with was you've got setbacks.
May I hand out evidence at this point? Is that allowed?
If the committee will allow it to be submitted into evidence, it can be.
Okay.
Do we want to do
It's
that?
one email.
We have a ton of evidence on
I think we have-
setbacks.
yeah, I think we have
backs.
ample.
Okay.
The other thing we have evidence on is that IMAPS is an unreliable source for measuring setbacks, which everybody knows.
Sure.
So a lot of the evidence
And we're in a
is
district.
not useful in
Sure.
truth.
And we're in a district where property lines are on the setback.
Right. It just is, yeah.
So I'm just going to read the email because I think it's really important. I did not know who Colette or Aaron were at the time. I emailed Matthew Brown and said, basically, I'm looking around and I can tell that the setbacks in our neighborhood do not align with the UDO. I'm confused. Can you please clarify? And I actually said, a driving factor for the location and layout may be setback regulations. Is there a document that clearly defines those that apply to properties inside historic Oakwood? Colette's response, and this was in August of last year, was thanks for your email. As part of the COA process, the base zoning setback dimension can be overruled. This is noted in the UDO in section, and then linked it. And then she said that modern setbacks tied to current zoning are often substantially larger than what would have traditionally been found in the development of the neighborhood. If an application deviates, provide analysis of well-related nearby properties within 1.5 blocks to illustrate that it's congruous with the surrounding character. We then had a meeting to show them the proposed design about a month later, where the footprint was larger, it was closer to the property line, and it was also taller. I understand that they are not the ones who make the decisions in the end, but for 9 months, all we've asked for is clarity, and all we've gotten is this answer up until the most recent meeting. The reason that I bring it up, Mr. Reese, is because honestly, when we got that answer and we looked at the design guidelines, the question was, is it worth detaching a potential addition in order to provide the privacy that we really desire there, if we're willing to give up a little bit of space potentially in that setback? And the answer was, yes, it's worth giving up a few feet, but honestly, had the answer been from the get-go, it doesn't matter what the UDO says or what the historic neighborhood development pattern is, because this is new construction, you have to conform to the UDO. We wouldn't have designed it this way because our yard is so tiny as it stands. We would have given up 2 space, and we would have approached it knowing that the best way to both maximize our yard and privacy and add square footage would be to just add on to the back of the house. But the design guidelines say detach as much as possible, follow the historic pattern. And so all of the evidence and all the conversations that we've had with Aaron and Colette to date pointed to this being the most appropriate interpretation of both the historic, development patterns and a desire for us to have some privacy and also a small area of private yard.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Hearing none, we'll close the evidentiary session and move to committee discussion. You can have a seat, Ms. Taylor. Thank you.
Well, this has been a lot of good and helpful information all around. In the end, ignoring the neighbor-to-neighbor disputes, because that's really not something for us to worry about. I have no issues one way or the other with the setback, whatever it is. I also don't have an issue in terms of congruity with whether or not detached. The breezeway is kind of atypical, but nothing terrible, and it's new construction anyhow. My concern really is the congruity of the scale of the outbuilding relative to the main house, given the atypical and kind of odd geometry of this road. Leonatus and Latham, the applicant very accurately pointed out there are only 3 properties with this kind of odd geometry. But it does put a substantially large thing in the backyard of one house, which happens to put it in the front yard of the adjacent house. And that is pretty darn atypical for Oakwood. I know of one outbuilding that is similarly sited on Euclid, but it's smaller, and it was the result of a split of a lot into 2 lots. So, the history plays into it too. But I mean, given all of those factors, I started asking myself, what would I have done, Monday morning quarterbacking to get this for a client. And given the lot, I think it's more of an addition issue than a outbuilding way of getting there. So I don't know that I can get to not incongruous given the facts we have seen and given what we know is on the ground out there under these unique conditions of these lots.
The scale doesn't bother you?
The scale of the outbuilding bothers me, yes. I think because it is a very large outbuilding relative to the primary house.
Agreed.
And that's part of the problem. If it was a garden shed, we would have been
Right.
out of here an hour ago.
Right,
It would have been in the
exactly.
back corner and we're done.
Yeah.
But it's a 2-story or 1.5-story of some substantial size. The fact that it is wider than the house of the way it sits, I heard very good rationale for that. The breezeway ceiling, no issue in my mind.
Right, yeah.
The issue in the front of the house, we heard good testimony, facts as to why the fencing is the way it is there, and how it is congruous. So I think all of that is fine, or just not an issue. My issue is just the size, the scale, the location in these unique circumstances of this house. It is easily atypical for this historic district.
Yeah. I mean, my concern is the, God, I lost my thought. I can't believe that. My concern is that they're trying to pack 10 pounds of potatoes into a 5-pound bag.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost as if, and again, I'm with you on the size and the scale. I'm less concerned about the setback because that can be, I have an issue with it in terms of always trying to follow that program that has been set up, and there's a reason why we have those setbacks now. And it's not a contributing property. It is not replacing an existing historical structure. It is a scenario where the size and scale of what you said, to me, is beyond the parameters that the property can have. Mm-hmm. It is an issue of, you have a lovely design. Yes, your lot's too small. There is no evidence here of such a hardship to that other than I just want it to be that big. Does that make sense?
It does to me, and I don't know that even a hardship would be something that would be an issue that we can really
right.
consider.
It would not be in our purview, but I'm trying to come up with something to say, okay, but right now it's the lot can hold so much.
Mm-hmm.
And the context is, kind of setting that up. It is almost as if the design ignores the program that it has to fit within.
Well, and I would say that perhaps a similar design on a corner lot that had linear street faces, we wouldn't be having a similar conversation.
Yeah, right. Yeah, agreed.
Wes, you were going to say something.
Yeah, Curtis, just kind of in response to what you're saying and your concern about the size, and is it a this bothers me concern, or is it a this is incongruous concern?
This is incongruous concern. We saw evidence of other large outbuildings and other larger outbuildings between this case and the prior case. I don't think that's the concern. I think the concern is on a corner lot with this relationship to the adjacent property is atypical. And the whole situation is atypical for Oakwood, which is part of the problem.
So looking at, in the staff report 19 on the congruity analysis, It says that the proposed addition has the siding and orientation of a garage structure. The design and size is compatible with the principal structure, and the scale is within the range of other COA-approved garages and accessory structures in the neighborhood. It is in a rear location, which is not an inconspicuous elevation, but is traditional for a corner house. How do you square the two?
The block face is not addressed in that staff comment, right? If you look at the block face of Leonatus, the outbuilding is in the front yard of the adjacent house.
By block face?
The way the house faces align on the block, right? Because Leonatus comes up and does a big circle, right? All of a sudden, this corner lot is in the front yard of this house. And what would be normally in the backyard for a house in a orthogonal arrangement is in the front yard of the adjacent house. I mean, this house doesn't have a backyard, really. It has a side yard.
That's a result of just the unique.
Well, and it's a corner yard configuration, but it's
you have
just
two
made
faces, yeah.
it's made more difficult by the cul-de-sac. If we're trying to preserve the character of the historic district, right?
Okay, so what's the fix here? That it's shorter, or that it's smaller, or that it's closer to the house? In your eyes, or is there, because there can't be no fix.
Yeah, and I don't know that there is an easy fix other than it being an addition on the house or pushed into the southwest corner of the lot, because that at least then throws it into the backyard of the adjacent house and would have more of a congruous relationship to that side street relative to the rest of the build pattern of the neighborhood.
Here's something I'd like to throw out at you. What if, and this is a scenario just to kind of see what this would play out if we because once we set this up, it's in perpetuity. We give them, we say yes, build it as it is right now. Doug, the neighbor next door, decides he wants to add on to his house. Are we going to say, no, you can't add on to your house in that direction because you're now going to be too close to the house that we said okay to before?
Oh.
And does it put a situation onto him in terms of how he proceeds?
Yeah, I mean, look,
It's a question.
I know. I feel like, we're talking about setbacks and saying they might not be the deciding factor for things like scale, but they really do define the scale,
right.
And they also solve a lot of other issues, constructability, life safety in denser neighborhoods, which it's not our purview, but to your point, John, 2 houses each 3 feet from our property line. I don't, well, with the evidence we've been presented, I don't see the way that's solved in the building code. Again, that's not our purview, but the setbacks do establish the scale and the grain of the neighborhood. So, I mean, the scale of the addition or accessory structure, I agree with you, Curtis. I don't necessarily have an issue with it if it fell into a 5-foot setback.
The setback.
Well, and I would like to throw out there, if you look at the image that's on the screen currently, we can see that in this area, which is primarily new construction, there's not a lot of contributing. There are plenty of examples of structures that are very close to each other, way closer than anything that's being proposed here. So, I mean, I don't think that's or at least that's not what I'm saying.
And precedent alone is not
no
a reason to just
to go one way or another.
Yeah.
And one can find examples of, frankly, 2 houses within 5 feet of each other in Oakwood.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of evidence
Right.
about it tonight.
So I don't think we look at that as an issue. I think really the question is, with an outbuilding, the proper location of the outbuilding, or a congruous location of the outbuilding, given the situation and given the scale of the outbuilding. And I think the first question is, can you have a congruous condition with an outbuilding of this scale in this geometry?
On this lot, in this condition.
And I don't know that you can. You certainly could have a congruous location of a utility structure back there of a much smaller scale, but given all the evidence we've seen here. And I mean, let me also throw out there, just because I'm not seeing congruity here doesn't mean that we as a committee can't
be unanimous.
vote. We very much can be divided.
I do see where you're coming from, and I do respect that, and I agree with you.
I don't know. It's what I'm hearing is like a sort of round peg, square hole situation, or almost like a round peg, oval hole situation. It's sort of like it would be right on any other lot, but not this one.
Right.
I mean, I'm sort of. It's interesting that evidence has been kind of presented as competing, but they're almost both telling the same story. It's sort of, there's a lot of stuff in Oakwood.
Right.
It varies widely. Nobody really knows what's there, clearly.
But if you go through the evidence we've seen with lots in the developed pattern in Oakwood, and looking at every corner lot, which I did as we were been going through this, I'm not seeing a condition that's similar to this.
Well, I think we already established that at the beginning of our conversation. There's only two other similar conditions, and that's not separate from the development pattern of Oakwood. This is part of Oakwood. It just so happens that these 1, 2, 3 properties are unique.
Well, and those are the lots in the street layout, but even if you look at the outbuilding to primary structure, what we're looking at here, and this is a small subset, but on the corner lots, an outbuilding, well, they're all smaller, but is inherently set away from both streets at the far corner.
Agreed.
I'm not disputing you there. I guess where my rub is, these aren't just corner lots. So how is it fair to treat them like just corner lots? Because they're not. They're like peninsular lots.
Because there's 3 lots. Because they
that's
have
right.
3 faces.
They're unique. I mean, they're not corner lots. So to say, well, it doesn't match the corner lot configuration. Well, it's true because they're not corner lots.
I agree with you. It is a unique situation.
So it's a bit of a pickle. I mean, we try not to ever say yes or no without some sort of suggestions, but I'm not really hearing. I'm hearing it doesn't fit, but I'm not hearing what the specifics of how to make it fit would be. Is it all the things at once? Is it that it's too tall and too close and too not a corner?
I think that
because one of those things isn't fixable. Right? They can't make the cul-de-sac go away.
Well, and we've heard from Raz that in the past that our decision shouldn't be based on a checklist of attributes, but the overall sense of congruity, right? Does it in measure hit a point of congruity? And I don't see that it does in my view. Now, would this commission that's sitting here today actually approve this development pattern today? I bet not. But this is what we have. And to Jordan's point, we have to deal with what we got.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I guess maybe if I could Let me pose the question a different way.
Yeah.
If this were on a corner lot, would we approve it?
No,
No,
I don't think we would.
not at all.
If this were on a mid-block lot, would we approve it?
Perhaps because you don't have two street faces.
Correct. I mean, this is what we get into with Glenwood, Brooklyn, is that when you have a house on a corner lot, you have two faces.
Yeah.
We are a street-facing district. And so corner lots are considered two-face.
Right.
You've got two faces.
Yeah, there's only a
So-
quarter of the property that
Correct.
isn't. Yeah.
Correct. And so, yes, it would make a difference if it was an infill lot or a mid-block versus a corner lot, because those have special conditions that you don't have in a it's just understanding the context.
And in the build pattern of Oakwood, the corner lots tend to be atypical. They
True.
tend to be generally larger houses on smaller lots because of the way the neighborhood was developed, with tighter lot lines actually too.
I mean, far be it from me to say you can't do this.
Right.
But
Well, you're about to say they can't do it.
they can't do it the way they want to do it. That's different.
All right.
Now, they want to do it a certain way. They can do it, but they just can't do it the way they want to. So it's kind of like saying, here we're going to give you dinner, but if you don't like it, then don't eat.
So what would be your pithy one or two sentence reason why this is incongruous?
I don't think it comes down to that, but I think it's where I started. It's the combination of the size of the building, proposed outbuilding relative to the primary structure on this particular lot geometry, including the adjacent lots. I think the combination is what creates the problem. I think every element of it is approvable.
Yeah. Agreed.
But in combination, I think we have an issue.
Respectfully, that doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well,
'Cause elementally, if it all would be approved,
well,
you know what I'm
well,
saying?
but
I know what you're saying, but let me try and clarify then. If we look at an outbuilding with a breezeway, that's approvable. If we look at a large outbuilding on a comparatively small lot set towards the back, that's approvable. Even if it is a corner lot, frankly, it's approvable. We have examples of that. Those are easy to say yes to. But if we look at a large outbuilding on a corner lot where the outbuilding's set towards the back and the adjacent lot is set behind the face of the lot where we're doing the building, that's where we start getting into trouble, because the character of that street becomes very atypical.
Cul-de-sac itself is atypical.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's, again, what we're coming back to.
The neighbor's house is the only house that faces the way it faces, because it's the only
Right.
structure.
Well, and if we look at the three lots that are the three similar lots and ignore the proposed construction, all three of them have that rear corner cut off so that there's a clean line of sight to that adjacent house of some sort. So if we look
that's
at
the actual built condition.
That's the built condition.
in this kind of local area.
right.
Rob, where are you?
I think Curtis just elaborated on the thing that I was really struggling with, and it is that the unconventional block shape, that sight line is really what it comes down to, I think we're actually struggling with, which is the result of setbacks, scale, being a little bit proud of the primary structure. And we've heard a lot about precedents and being unique on this specific site, but what Curtis just said does make sense that
when you
that
add
there
those
are there are these three unique sites, and they do sort of, it's its own part of the district, but the open rear corner does, invite the eye deeper into those cul-de-sac streets. It's just the way it is.
May I suggest, Wes, that you poll us to see where this is going, and if this is not going in favor of what the applicant is asking, we give them the opportunity to ask us to continue with this case, because we heard from the applicant that they went for the outbuilding breezeway idea because they thought it was more approvable, and what we're hitting is a wall here, or I think we are. That's my sense.
I think just based on what I've heard, I think if the motion was to, I guess it would be a 3-2 vote, I think, to either way. So I'm in favor of approving the application. I would assume you're in favor of not approving.
True.
Not approving.
Correct.
Approving, and then not approving. So the only options we have, we either, if a motion's made, it would be to deny.
Mm-hmm.
Given that information of where the committee is at right now, would you like to pull the application, maybe make some modifications, and come back at a later date?
I'm confused about, you mean the options are not to defer, but to...
We would defer it,
Oh, okay. Versus what?
denying it.
And what's the benefit to deny versus defer? Just
Well, I'll pop in. If you defer it, because you can see a way to do a redesign as an addition, pulling it off that corner, which would be answering a lot of the concerns you're hearing here, you would not have another application fee for starters, and you'd be kind of at the front of the line when you're hearing cases, when your case comes up. If we vote to deny it, then you'd have to come back with a new application.
So why would we choose to deny?
I can't imagine.
Can't imagine. Don't do that.
I would also add, just to lay out the options hopefully a little more clearly for the applicant. They're basically trying to indicate that as presented currently, it would not be approved. So you can ask them to vote straight up and down on the case currently. They've indicated what I think that result would be. You can potentially consult with the committee and offer potential amendments here at the meeting right now, based on what you've heard.
Yeah.
Officially amend the application to something that you think is more readily approvable.
Yeah.
If you need time to consult with your design team to consider those options,
Sure.
I think that's possible. And perhaps the committee could indicate what they would approve clearly to help the applicant make that decision. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to the applicant to offer whatever amendments will be made in an attempt to not need to come back. Or you can defer and work on those more nuanced design options with your design team and come back at a later meeting. If the intent is not to change the design and only to find more evidence, I would encourage not deferring because I think we've heard more evidence than I've really seen on almost any other case in my tenure. It's been very thorough on both sides and honestly very compelling evidence. This is a irregular situation, very gray area.
Sure. Yeah, we worked for so long on this, and that doesn't mean that it is approvable. That, I understand the amount of time is not necessarily relative to congruity. However, we're in a place where, again, all we've done for 9 months is ask for clarity. Like, how how can we be congruous? And all of the conversations have led us here. I guess I would ask, would removal of the covered breezeway aspect change your perspective on congruity?
I don't think it would change mine because the structure is still same size in a similar spot. But you only need to turn one opinion here, so let's continue on down.
Okay.
We're doing this way, okay? My principal issues are the breezeway roof being proud, so outboard of the principal structure. Okay,
I'll show you.
okay. So that's one,
Okay.
and then I just can't get beyond why a 5-foot setback could not be provided, and I think it would be a better project, and I would find that.
May I ask what materially changes with the extra 2 feet?
In terms of congruity.
Congruity.
Yeah.
Well, for one, it is that is codified by the UDO as the minimum setback for this zoning, the base zoning.
Yes.
And we can choose to go against that if we think there is a good case to do it.
Or if there's evidence for it, right?
And I think you've
well-
presented that evidence, but that's just my
Well,
opinion.
the evidence, there may be evidence that you present, but we also listen to the evidence that Doug presents, which counterbalances or counteracts some of the evidence that you presented. So we have to weigh that back and forth in terms of where that kind of falls. That's what the burden that we have. I mean, I don't want to.
I'd add to that also that in order to current zoning's here for a reason, and we need a good reason to overrule it.
Right.
Like there was historic structure in that spot, or something of that sort as a precedent.
Yeah.
And I think where I'm coming down is that I'm not seeing enough evidence to say, yeah, go out beyond that setback.
So may I ask how you respond to the 2 instances where in order to be congruous, RHDC required that the outbuilding be moved into the setbacks?
Those are very specific cases, each one. I mean, you wouldn't want to do a design and then repeat that 25 times in any house anywhere. If you did an interior design, you wouldn't want to do that same design every house you go to because it's a different context. Same situation here. Those parameters, those issues, those things that came up in those cases were specific to that case. We look at each one individually, very specifically to that specific case.
And I believe we heard that one of them, it was placed on a footprint of a historic structure, so there was something on the Sanborn map they could point to. I don't recall, I don't know the other.
Not.
Yeah.
And it's on a corner lot.
And one of the things I will say is that as a commission, sometimes we make mistakes.
Well, and I was on that case. I voted against it. I was one of the ones that kind of said no because I do not do setbacks very
I think
well.
you voted for it.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you did.
I was wrong. Well, no, and I'll tell you why. Here's why. Because of the situation with that specific site, are we allowed to talk about other cases here?
Well, this is ancient history.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a scenario where,
Still
this is a
ancient.
scenario where that thing was set back. I had real questions about it because I didn't like going outside the setbacks, but I finally said yes to it simply because it was a scenario where the scale and the configuration of that specific little outbuilding had no issues in terms of it being too big for that site. The issue was the distance between the two, as we said, the existing house and the accessory structure. But that's a different context scenario because we weren't looking at 2-story.
Sure.
We weren't looking at the size of what you've got. We weren't looking at a breezeway connection between the two. It was a very specific.
So
I'll just interject on behalf of the committee, many of whom were not a part of the decision, some of whom may be, but that's been a while in terms of having to speak to a specific case. We do always remind the committee that each one of these cases is decided on a case-by-case basis.
Yep.
there is such a thing as precedent within a district, largely historic precedents that can be provided as evidence. But it's just a fact that no case is exactly the same.
Yeah, I think my concern is, had we been given this answer in August of last year, we would have pursued this in a completely different manner. And so I'm not suggesting that you all are responsible. I just, like, the system is flawed if this is how it works, because I think Aaron can attest. Do most people spend as much time as I do in your office?
You are very committed. Yes.
A lot of time.
Can I just ask two additional hypotheticals? So it sounded like Mr. Allen, assuming that the breezeway was not proud of the structure, which we've confirmed it's not, and then in the case that you gave, assuming that we move the building to compliance with the UDO setback at 5 feet, that would be, those two conditions would theoretically, again, not to put you on the spot, sway your vote. I'm curious if we left the footprint of the building where it is, but instead made it an addition where we filled in and conditioned the breezeway such that it was effectively a hallway, interior hallway. Does that change in terms of the context or feel of the structure itself for any of the people that would have naysayed?
I think then we might want it further from Leonidas at that point, like pushed further from the street, so it's less aligned with the principal structure, if that makes sense. You know, deviating its elevation as an addition from being aligned. It looks like you've maybe got a bay window.
Right.
You know, I think at that point we would want it to be kind of at least, and maybe you're suggesting this, but at least back where the mudroom exterior wall is.
Isn't that flush in plan?
Man, I just.
Thank you all,
Yeah.
by the way, for your patience. Obviously, like we said, it's just an extremely ambiguous kind of result.
This is very
us.
very
It
hard.
was last
This is
time,
very
too.
hard. I get you.
The mudroom's actually
So
out in front of kind of the rest of the building and plan with respect to Leonidas.
In front of the rest of
Okay, I see that. Thanks, Jordan.
So to summarize and move this along, a majority of the committee has expressed concerns with the setback and with the size of the structure relative to the principal structure. Is that an accurate summary of what the concerns are? So given that information, we can defer this application to a later meeting for you all to revise your application based on the concerns that have been expressed by the committee. We could do that. We can move to defer just like we did last time, or we could proceed with a vote on the application.
Okay, in the meantime, is there an avenue whereby we can obtain additional feedback in this context, given that the staff comments do not incorporate any of what you all are objecting to?
Have you ever gone through DRAC?
No.
I'm surprised.
Does that happen
That's
on a more
exactly what they do.
Is
They,
it more frequent than this meeting?
That's monthly.
Well, so that, I mean,
Yeah, we had spoken.
we got to have the meeting where Doug can show up next month.
Yeah,
I would have to check records. So you guys never attended the Design Review Advisory Committee?
No, we didn't. We had the review with you all.
Okay.
And then Lewis had asked basically like if that was necessary, and the conclusion we came to was that it wasn't.
The city attorneys have provided feedback to us that that cannot be a required piece of this process. So it's offered still, but not a requirement
It's
for
just
applicants.
difficult because we're walking away with essentially no specific direction, other than that there's some general objection to the setback, which I
And the
understand.
atypicality of the
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Erin has heard all of this and is a very smart person who can
She is.
help drag you through this. And
but there is.
Just to clarify, after the last meeting, it was the setbacks.
It was the
our
setback.
concern.
Right.
And you
Provide
addressed it.
precedent. Did we address it?
In my opinion, yes.
this is why you've
Well,
got a
but
split vote.
yes, you provided evidence, but so did the counter argument to that evidence. So we have, it's a weighing process. It's not just hearing yours, it's hearing everything.
I understand.
And I think if,
Where to go from here is
yeah, the design review,
Just move it 2 feet.
design review committee,
That would,
I would strongly suggest that we not send the applicants to DRAC. That's
okay.
meant to be an initial
okay.
design process.
Gotcha.
And as not decision makers, that could potentially lead them down a path.
Yeah, I think
They need to be
absolutely.
hearing
There
from
needs
all.
to be a firewall between the DRAC process, which is entirely preliminary to an application being filed and set up for a QJ hearing. Once you're in an adversarial court-like hearing, you can't have this off the record
gotcha.
conversation that's with a city agency that it's just totally separate from this process once we get to this point.
Understand.
All right, I'm going to move that the application be deferred to next month's meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. You've put in a tremendous amount of work.
Yes.
All of you'll have.
Yes.
I am so sorry. I know that the motion and vote has occurred. We need to defer this to a date certain, which would benefit both the
Did
applicant.
say next month's meeting.
Yes. May. You won't be here in June, right, Doug? Okay. Sorry. We're all good. I won't be here next month.
What's the date
but
of the May meeting, may I ask?
It will be May 25th.
Okay.
When's the submission deadline?
Well,
Way
yeah,
too soon.
we'll figure that
It's
out.
pretty quick. We would need revised materials by next Friday, the 5th.
And it doesn't stop, if we say we defer to the May 25th, it doesn't stop you from going to staff and saying, we need another month. Yeah, I know you don't want to keep it going, but,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Just one point of clarification. If we do defer this to the point that we are getting close to the 90-day shot clock deadline, need to make sure that any deferrals that go past that date, we note that the applicant has consented to going past that 90-day time limit.
Which is, what is that date?
Actually, that date
Is 3 days from now?
is April 30th, so we would need to ensure that the applicant is okay with this deferral on record, I think.
The alternative is just to go.
The denial.
It would be denied.
Or you managed to change somebody's mind here at 8:30 tonight.
Mr. Allen, may I just ask, so you think that the setback as proposed is incongruous with the special character of the neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. Okay. We will approve the 90-day clause, whatever that is.
I think at this point, it'll just be a case by case, meeting by meeting.
It's
Okay.
just, there is, in the rules of procedure, the committee needs to take action within 90 days.
Okay.
That is a procedural rule in order to avoid cases just from dragging on and
Got
to
it.
prevent the commission, if you will, from pushing the case decision back to a point that the applicant's not happy with the delay. But in this case, since it's being done, trying to find an accommodation just to make sure that the deferral is with your consent. That's all we need to do for the record.
Of course we did. Thank you all for your candor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does the committee need a break?
I do.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. right, the committee's back in session. We'll proceed now with new application COA 30-2023, 904 East Hargett Street. This is the Atwater Perry House, Raleigh Historic Landmark, owned by Marie and Olivier Arando. I almost had it. All right, this time I'll recognize staff for their presentation.
All right, this is case COA 30-2023 for 904 East Hargett Street. This is the Atwater Perry House, a Raleigh Historic Landmark, and the application is to construct a garage and remove a shed. There we go. All right, this is Atwater Perry House from East Hargett Street. And a view of the contextual houses on either side. Remember that this is a landmark property, so we are really just looking at this property insularly. A view down the driveway and a view of the overall rear yard. The garage is proposed to go in the back left corner over there, and a view back toward the rear of the house. Staff concerns, it's unclear if the driveway will be extended to meet the garage in the rear. And vinyl windows are proposed. Also, material and specification details not provided.
I failed to ask at first, is there any member of the committee who has an interest in this matter or who feels that they cannot be fair or impartial in the hearing of this case? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed. Ms. Arando, if you please step forward, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Afraid if I stand here, no, I can see.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. That mic does move, so you can move it down and stand away from the podium.
I do not have a presentation or a team. I just have some handouts, hopefully addressing what was missing. So I'm going to just speak to what's in there. Concrete driveway is not going to be extended. I gave a picture of the windows in there, the roof, the garage door, the garage entrance door. The entrance door matches the door on the house, as does the shingles. Let me see what else. Lighting is in there. There is not going to be any HVAC or gutters. And I think that was everything as far as what was missing. Oh, and there's no stone veneer on the garage. It's just hardy plank all the way.
All right. Anything else you'd like to say? All right. No one else is here, but I got to ask these questions. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak in opposition of the case, in support of the case, or anyone who has questions? All right. Hearing none. Next, we will proceed with commissioner questions, if there are any.
Are you still doing the vinyl windows?
No,
Oh, good.
no. I think the ones that I gave you are aluminum, or there was a choice. There should be in the packet.
Has staff seen any of this stuff prior to you presenting it to us today?
No.
Okay.
They told me just to bring it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that, I think a question for staff, that you guys, that part of, if we were to approve this through here, that part of the condition would be to work with you on this new material stuff that they presented?
Well, since you received it tonight, I'd encourage you to take some time to look through it.
Okay.
Make sure that you would approve it, and if not, the conditions need to condition what you would approve.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you can simply delete any proposed potential conditions as you've already received those
Beautiful.
materials.
Okay. Our doors are all wood?
The doors?
Yeah,
The
the-
garage doors, no.
No, I meant the man door.
No,
And
that
door?
is,
No.
Is it steel? Okay.
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
what's on the house.
Gotcha.
It's the exact same door.
Okay.
Can you help me understand? It looks like on the elevations, the front and the back, you've got a dormer, and the dormer on the side with the garage doors looks to have a cedar shake, and then there's lap siding on the back side. It's a relatively small structure, so was there consideration to just doing one profile everywhere?
Yeah. And cost was a big thing too. And so and my contractor is really pushing for the hardy plank as well, because as a contractor, he thinks that's what will last and is a sound design. Do you need me to talk on this mic? Yes. You can hear me. Yes?
For
Okay,
the recording,
sorry.
it would be great, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was really just what, that was more cost effective, and that's what my contractor is used to using. Open to,
Well, they're both, so both sidings are appear to be hardy products, and don't want to put words in your mouth,
Oh,
but
so
I'm
maybe-
guessing that the shake profile is being used because it's on part of the primary structure, the house.
right.
Is there a reason not to use the shake profile on the rear dormer as well?
No, and honestly, you're asking me questions that I don't know the answer to.
That's
That would
okay.
be a contract question. I'm an elementary school teacher. I'm not as well versed as the previous,
Sure.
but so, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. But
The window actually doesn't say what material it is. Is the intent that it's an aluminum-clad wood window? Is that what you're
Yes.
planning on? Okay. See, we're crossing off conditions here.
Just a curious question. If you're not going to extend the driveway, how do you get back to the garage?
Well, the idea is not that we would be parking the cars in the garage.
Gotcha.
And actually the top is I'm an artist. The top is a studio space for me, and that's why I don't feel like we need a HVAC either. There's a car, husband has a car that will go in one bay, and the other will be his tools and workspace. But it's not that we'll be driving down and parking regularly in the garage. It's so far back anyway that it,
Just curious.
yeah.
Any additional questions from the commissioners? All right, hearing none, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to discussion. You can have a seat, Ms. Rondo.
I don't have any problem. I think we can just pass this one right through.
Yep.
Have you looked at the elevations?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with them?
Oh, I just think it's strange that it has a shake profile on one side and then smooth on the other three.
Is
Pages 9 and 10 of the application.
yeah.
Oh.
Is
Yeah.
is that strange though? I feel like a lot of houses have that.
So the primary structure appears to have shakes on the upper story, but
And the lower.
and lower. So I guess I would say
One or
just
the other.
just pick one or the other profile. Like,
I
is
think
it is it a strong enough?
I think a shake dormer is pretty. Normal's maybe not the right word to use in
Common.
this context, but
Yeah,
you can
and
find
I'm
it in
and
a
I'm
lot
not
of
trying
places.
to tell them how to design it, but
Sure,
I
sure.
feel like if I have to just boil down the feedback, it's a small additional structure. It should have one profile or the other.
Oh, you think just do away with one of them?
Well, you could do one up or down, but it doesn't make sense to have one on
on the front and on the
one
back
face.
Yeah, what they're doing there is that I'm sure the shakes are more expensive than the
They are.
wood, and they're being economical.
They are. I don't find one elevation of one profile and 3 of another,
Right.
to be particularly
Congruous.
Actually,
that's my only feedback.
the side elevations are mixed in truth, too. But,
Yeah.
so are suggesting that perhaps a condition we apply is that the shakes be limited to the dormers and.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to stand in your way, but that doesn't move me,
It
honestly.
Well, and here's the reason why for me, Rob. It's in the very back. You're never going to see it.
Right.
And so what if that shake facade was just a thin brick, John, and
That's a material choice, Rob. And then we get into yes, there's a difference there. This is a profile change of the same material.
I think it's an incongruous like application of material to the principal structure. I just think it.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. I do.
Incongruous with what?
The house itself, the house design.
I don't know if. Well, Curtis, you already. I mean, that's really my only feedback. Otherwise, I think the window cut sheet looks good. The garage door looks like a very nice garage door and compatible. So it's just.
I mean, I find it interesting that staff didn't mention it.
Is it not the case for 904 East Target that the front is shake and the back is not? On the last, or pages 17 and 16?
It's difficult to tell, Jordan, with the.
I think it's clear that the front is shakes. It's a little unclear what the back is, but
No, I'd say it's pretty clear that.
I think the
it's
back
not.
is also not shakes.
Yeah.
So,
I think he has a point.
So it might be even more congruous for it to be done the way it is. I'm ready to make a motion.
Before that happens, I request that you reopen the public hearing.
Okay.
I'm
Public hearing reopened.
looking through the materials provided to make sure that we're kind of all set to mark up our staff report as needed for conditions. And unless I'm missing it, I am not able to determine what the proposed window material is with what we have. I think Marie suspected aluminum.
She said aluminum clad wood.
Aluminum clad wood. Okay.
I think you still want window trim details, though, right?
Sure, in a section as always to confirm, but I just didn't see that in the writing and apologize, didn't hear that initially.
Are we good?
I think so. You want to make that motion, John?
Please. I move that based on the.
Hey, John. Sorry.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So
Sure.
So the lower part of this house is lap siding, and the upper is shake.
Yeah.
Just FYI, the photos in the provided application are not very good. No disrespect, but
Yeah,
they're
right.
not.
Gotcha.
So you can't really pick up on that, but it does look like there's shake up top, lap siding on the bottom. I mean, I think a condition that would be very reasonable would be
To make it all shake above.
shake on the dormers only, smooth on the lower
I don't
story.
disagree. I'm fine
I
with
think
that.
that probably saves you a little bit of money.
No, it kind of goes the other way because the shakes are more expensive.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, it's on the. Oh, I didn't know it was on the top and the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just thought it was at that one face on the front, on the top.
There's not much space outside the garage door, so.
Where do you see this? Shake? I'm sorry.
Page 10, bottom of the page.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's get rid of that shake on the first floor. That's fine. We'll just put it on the second floor. Okay, can we do it now?
Let's do the motion.
Go ahead.
I just Googled the window. It looks like it might be some sort of proprietary that pultruded material.
We're getting into
Yeah,
committee presenting its own evidence, which we can't do.
I mean, we can make a condition be that the applicant
think- yeah.
said it would be an aluminum clad, and
She said, replied to that in a
And she's
question,
gotta-
so it's in
She's got to
evidence.
send in the section and the trim details.
Samples, I think, are where I'm going with that. Approved by staff as a condition.
How about we just keep the condition 5A as it says in here? Window specifications and trim details. To be approved by staff prior to the issuance of the blue placard.
Yeah, I'm not sure which of the supplemental materials that came in tonight actually covered the subject to staff approval conditions.
Yeah, the whole WAD covered everything but A and G, pretty much.
A and G.
I mean, can we go ahead and just keep the conditions as staff has shown them in here so far? Because, I mean, part of this is, yes, it's been presented,
I think
but
that's probably the cleanest way to do it. Aaron was just concerned that there might be submissions that are here tonight that you all could pass judgment on.
Right.
And if there were some that gave you some concern, you might note
Those are
that
the
to
ones we
staff.
mentioned.
But I didn't hear that
No.
from the committee members, so.
Right. I think that the condition as is fine. If you want to add the specification that there be a section detail provided, which is our typical requirement within specifications for windows, just to make sure that that's known in writing, we can do that. But that, yeah, I was just looking for confirmation of the material itself.
I'd like to move that based on this evidentiary hearing and the presentation by the applicant and information provided by staff, that we approve this application with the following conditions: that the fiber cement and or composite trim be painted and installed with the smooth side facing out, that ground disturbance be limited as much as possible to minimize the possibility of destroying unknown archaeological resources, that if significant archaeological evidence is discovered, work will cease and archaeological guidance will be received from the Office of State Archaeology and submitted to RHDC staff. That the windows not be vinyl, and that a section and any other piece of that, of the,
A suggestion, just skip over 4 or turn it into shake siding, be limited to the dormer.
okay, shake siding be limited to the dormer, number 4. Number 5, that the following be provided and approved by staff prior to the issuance of the blue placard: window specifications, trim details, and sections through the window design or window specification. Exterior door specifications and section which have been provided be reviewed, that the following be provided and approved by staff prior to installation or construction: the shingle specifications, including color, stone. There is no stone veneer specification, so we will scratch number B.
We've also received shingle specifications with color tonight.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So we'll start with A, being the driveway details, if being extended.
It's not.
It's not, and also no HVAC. So
And
we
no
can
H-
eliminate A through D.
Okay.
And you've got exterior lighting cut sheet in the packet, too.
Do we have location?
No.
We do not.
Okay, so that is, so E and F stay.
E and F stay. Gutter and downspout location and specifications, if any, and exterior lighting installation location.
Okay. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the question before the committee is approval of the application with the stated conditions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You
Decision-
waited 4 hours for that.
Thank you for your
being
patience.
so thoughtful as to buy a historic home and care enough to live in it and make it more historic.
So Marie, I'll be in touch I suppose Colette will be in touch in a month when they make that final decision with the placard or any additional conditions we need. But there'll also be a recording of this posted on the city's YouTube channel within a couple of days. So if you have questions about, okay, what did they need me to get, and you want to be pulling that together in the meantime, just go take a look at that recording. Yep. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to other business. First, we have draft demolition recordation standards. I recognize staff.
Sure. So I introduced this to you all last month. Asked you to take a look at it and come back this month ready to chat. Curtis did provide some initial suggestions and I think a correction maybe from Rob. So I went ahead and incorporated those and gave it another look over. So it's been tweaked a little bit. But this is your opportunity to provide any additional feedback on the draft. And that's attached in the agenda materials if you haven't
Yeah, I see that.
read through that.
I didn't see something just kind of succinctly stating the goal added to what's in here. Like I was thinking it should be something like the successful documentation will contain sufficient detail to allow the recreation of the regulated portion of the property.
I think that I have something to that effect right at the top. Let me,
No, the building archive produced should be provide enough detail that structure be accurately reconstructed.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
You're not going to get the level, I don't know.
Yeah, we're never going to get that kind of detail.
it won't be Habs level ever.
Right.
No, I mean, we're talking, that suggests construction documents.
No, and I'm not wanting that. I'm just wanting documentation of what was there. That was my intent. Okay, so different phrasing. I actually, interestingly, the version of this I have does not, it's not updated. I must have downloaded it like too quick.
It is possible you were on top of it,
I
and
was,
you're on
too.
top of it made me look at it and make sure it was good to go. So,
Like change the word reconstructed to
You're
a
right.
different word. I think that would probably solve like the whole thing.
You know, accurately reflect its.
Something.
Yeah. The only thing I object to is the word reconstruct.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I do think it potentially conveys the wrong thing to applicants.
Well, how about the structure, that enough detail that the structure is accurately described, that the design of the structure is accurately described
Depicted.
or depicted. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Enough detail that the design of the structure be accurately
Or is accurately depicted.
And would a photograph not do everything based on that? We're asking for dimension drawings, right? Is part of it below? So it is kind of more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, because we don't care, and I was very
Well,
careful.
how about enough drawing detail?
Drawing is a depiction.
Yep, that's fine.
Enough drawing detail.
Yep.
So that it's not, they can't use this, say I took a picture of it and that was good enough. Depicted, and I'm just adding the word drawing detail in there. Huh? How about illustrated? No, you're good.
No, that's great.
Like I said, you should be on the commission.
And I mean, one of the things I suggested was that we use the word the regulated portion of it too, because we really, if we only care about the exterior, we don't need interior plans.
Right.
But if it's a listing document that says that, you know, the interior of the house is part of what's protected, then we do want interior plans of that. Hence the regulated portion. Which does mean that in Glenwood, Brooklyn, you'd only have to draw the front half of your house.
Right.
Which is kind of weird, but.
Yeah. Right.
Should probably speak into the microphone.
can tell what you do for a living.
She's good.
So in addition to this written portion, there's going to be a sample
Right.
provided as well to show
Oh,
what,
great.
you know, what the drawing should look like, how the photos should be laid out, and all of that. So it'll have the words, and then, here, do this.
Gotcha.
This is someone that did it well, right? So what I have right now is for this top descriptive paragraph, basically the purpose of why we're doing this. The purpose of this field documentation is to create a comprehensive interdisciplinary record of one of Raleigh's historic structures before it is permanently lost. The building archive produced should provide enough drawing detail to sufficiently and accurately depict the regulated areas. Sure, of the property, because we're also requesting, you know, site plan.
That sounds great.
Yeah, sounds great. I think, you know,
Is that good?
you can't see it in the drawing, hopefully you see it in the photo.
Right.
It's amazing this organization has been here for this many decades without somebody actually producing something like this. So this is great.
Yeah, I know. It's really amazed. Yeah, it's good.
So, what's our action item just for further revisions or, Ten, you mentioned that there was going to be an example.
It is yeah, I think that conveys the same information. I'm so sorry. What?
Yeah, so what's our action item? Do we need to defer? And-
If that is the only change that you'd like to make, and I've just read that into the record, everything else looks good, sure, a vote would be great.
All right.
If you give me 2 minutes, I can.
While we take those 2
I
minutes,
mean, yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
May-
What's another 2 minutes?
may I may I bring something up very quick?
Sure, we can go ahead and to proceed with committee discussion.
Okay, thank you. One, Wes, I think you do the best job I've ever seen on this commission. Thank you. You do it. I really do appreciate every single way you handle the public and how we go through and process everything. You are a great leader. Thank you.
I second that.
Thank you.
And it's hard unless you're sitting there trying to do it. You have no idea
I know how hard it is. I know that. I know
That's
that.
what
And
he
you
does
would
for a
know.
living.
Yeah.
And you make it look easy, and I'm very happy that you're here.
Well, thank you. I'm equally thankful that I have such talented and smart colleagues who know what they're talking about, because I don't.
I think you don't give yourself enough credit.
Sounds like we're working our way up to a group hug here.
I know. Kumbaya, kumbaya. Well, let me bring up the next thing I want to bring up is, and this is a question for staff. I thought, and it may be something that we need to bring up at the general RDHC meeting, but because it's so related to COA, I thought I'd ask. I have heard nothing about 803 Glenwood, and
It's on the May agenda.
thank you. Okay.
Yeah, we had it marked, you
Okay.
said 6 months.
Yes.
and it'll be
Okay.
on the May 16th.
Thank you. Have you heard anything from them?
Not recently. So there'll be an update.
That makes me nervous.
And while Aaron's doing that, I wanted to briefly let y'all know that, I don't know if you've heard about the sinkhole in Oakwood.
No.
513 East Jones, East Lane, okay, whatever.
Lane Street.
Lane Street. So the chief building official has made a determination that demolition of the house is necessary due to public health and safety, and so it will be demolished without a COA. There's a very specific portion of the code in the thing that allows for that.
It kind of makes me crazy that it didn't turn into a demolition by neglect case, honestly, because the property owner received guidance as to what contractor you go to get to stabilize the building in its place. And the problem occurred because of the way they connected to the historic pipe. They went to a portion of the pipe that's under the house instead of the portion that was at the back of the property, so it created more turns. But in any case, I understand that's where we are.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, the sinkhole is exponentially growing.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I'm done.
And in fact, the pipe is clogged completely.
Do they know if it's clay or PCP?
It's
It was-
over 100 years old.
I think it was early
so
concrete.
Wow, yeah.
it's either granite or clay, one of the two.
Yeah.
And the water is actually coming up the manhole in the backyard and
Wow.
draining across the neighboring property.
Aaron, if you want to go ahead.
Yes.
It's a mess.
All right,
Talk
so
about a
it's up
money
on the
pit.
screen now. I've crossed out the bit we're getting rid of, modified it in the red below.
Would you mind zooming in? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Could you
sure
zoom
can.
in?
Hold on.
I think you can do control and then scroll for a zoom.
That works too.
Big enough?
I
Yep. Looks good.
We can do a vote with thumbs
motion
up.
to approve the changes to the proposed RHDC demolition recordation standards as presented here.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, question is approval of the demolition recordation standards. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any other discussion to come before the committee?
Very quickly. So that's a approval for the written portion of the instructions that go with this document. When we have them prepared, which will probably not be before the end of the summer, at the earliest, we'll come back with the rest of the representative materials that we'll include in the packet for applicants. So that's going to include a photo spread, drawings, which we thankfully already have very good examples of that from someone going through this process now. And we may be working with our summer intern to get the historic background piece. That'll be the last thing we can get together. But,
Terrific.
we will bring it to you when it's ready.
Hey,
All right.
thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I move to adjourn.
Thank you.